Okay. So good morning, everyone. Again, beautiful morning, sunny, blue sky. It's always good to see the blue sky. Okay, again, like as today, we will start with trying to quiet our mind by watching the breath mindfully. And try to relax your body and mind. And try to let go of any stiffness in your body or any mind, thoughts. Make yourself comfortable. And feel the weight of your body on cushions, chair. And bring your mind attention to the breath. As you breathe normally, observing it mindfully and being aware. Then we can try to contemplate and feel how fortunate and lucky I am to be awakened today. To still be alive. So many people and other beings who were alive yesterday, no more by today now. And we could have been one of those. But fortunately, luckily, we're still alive with this, still with this precious human rebirth. which is full of potentials, and very rare to find again and again. Therefore, I must not waste and make most of it. And make my life more meaningful with greater and higher purpose. And the way to make our life meaningful and with a greater and higher purpose is really to work with our own mind. So we can be more kind, compassionate, towards others and oneself. So that we can be more help, benefit to others out of that compassion and loving kindness. And even when we are unable to be direct help and benefit, out of such love, compassion, and patience, at least we try not to hurt and harm others intentionally. I will try all my best as much as possible not to get upset, angry, impatient, frustrated, and to have ill will feelings towards harsh ill will feeling towards others and oneself. And in order to not have too much negative thought, feelings, and to cultivate and fully develop those positive state of minds, we need to meditate, contemplate, practice correctly, continuously, and with joyous effort or diligent in our practice, in our virtues. And to be able to practice, we need to study, learn more about those practices. Need to be encouraged, inspired, and reminded of those practices. That is why we are here. So we can be reminded, and after being reminded, so we can try to integrate and apply those practices as much as possible. So we can bring positive changes. By coming here together, gathering here together, giving all the time, effort, energy, to put the event together, to listen, to engage in questions, answer, reflecting, contemplating. May all of these become cause and conditions to reduce, minimize those harmful, disturbing, negative feelings or emotions. Such as anger, hatred, ill will feelings, greediness, strong craving or desire, jealousy, delusional pride, ignorance, and so forth. And may it be cause and conditions to generate all the helpful, beneficial, positive state of minds or emotions, such as true love, compassion, Bodhisattva'S mind, patience, strong practice of moral discipline, generosity, and joyous effort in our virtues, and meditative concentration, wisdom, and so forth. And may it be cause and conditions to achieve our highest potential, the fully awakened state. So not only we can be help benefit to others, but to be able greatest help benefit. And not only for few, but to each and every sentient beings. Unconditionally, without bias, partiality. With a limitless, skillful means. And to be able to do that in our practice, on our path, we need all the blessings of all the gurus, all the Buddhas, Bodhisattva'S, all the enlightened beings. And therefore we invoke all these gurus, Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and request for their blessings, inspirations, guidance. Ayata o mune mune ma monae soha. Ayata o mune mune ma monae soha. Ayata o mone mone ma monae so. Sangye chodang soge chonam la chanchu badu dane gyapso che dagi jin soge be sonam ge dola penche sangye dupash. Sangye chodang soge chonam la chanchu badu dane gyapso che dagi jin soge be sonam ge dola penche sangye dupash. Sangye chodang soge chonam la chanchu badu dane gyapso che Dage jinso gibe tonamge dola penche sange doba. So just to kind of review a little bit of as today. So we discuss the practice of the paramita of diligence. It's not just a diligence, but diligence towards virtues. Okay, and we also discuss how that diligence towards the virtues is the root of all the spiritual realizations. As one of the great Indian master, Chandrakirti explained, all the positive qualities, especially inner positive qualities, all follow the diligence, So without diligence, one cannot develop all the various level of spiritual realizations and enlightenment, as mentioned here as today. So diligence is very important factors to make progress and improve in our spiritual path, to develop that. And as today we also talk about, three kind of the opposite or obstacles of the diligent, and laziness, inclination towards unwholesome activities, ending, self-doubt and not having confidence in yourself, your ability, in your path to achieve the enlightenment. And then we also discuss some of the practice meditation that is described here to overcome the laziness, to overcome that inclination towards unwholesome activities, and to overcome that self-doubt and not having the self-confidence in your path, and especially to achieve enlightenment. So yeah, some of the practice meditation described here to overcome the first two obstacles, is to meditate on precious human life, the preciousness of human life, the potential of this human life, and how rare it is to have such precious human life with so much potentials. And not only we have this precious human life with so much potential, which is difficult or rare, and use that precious human life to, instead of being lazy, by developing more enthusiasm in your practice, in your path, so that we can free ourselves and others from all the suffering and the samsara, and the cause of all the suffering and samsara that tie up in the samsara. That means freeing ourselves from the contaminated actions, karma, and the delusions, which are the main root cause of our being chained in the samsara and not being able to free from the samsara, and continues to experience suffering in samsara because of that. And so using that human life like a boat to cross from the ocean of samsara and ocean of suffering to the other shore of liberation and nirvana. And not only we should use this precious human life to cross the river of, or ocean or river of the samsara, but we have to do now without postponing it. Because even though sometimes we feel like you want to get out of this place of the samsara, but sometimes we might always feel there's a time for me to do later. And so kind of always postponing. And through meditation and practice on impermanent in general, especially death impermanent, how, death will come one day. We cannot escape that. Not only it will come one day, we do not know when it will come. We do not know. We cannot guarantee that it will not come in next 10 years, 5 years, this year. We cannot guarantee that it will not come even in this month, even today. We cannot guarantee even it will not come in these hours. So that is that's the nature of our life. That's the nature of our life. It's not kind of some kind of imagining something, but that is the very nature of fact, that impermanent nature. Just like weather, we never know when it's going to change. Similarly, we do not know, what holds next moment. What is waiting for us in 1 hour? What is waiting for us today? What is waiting for tomorrow, next week, next month, next year? We can imagine this could happen, that could happen, but that is just the imaginations. It could be totally different from what you expect, what you imagine, because the nature of life is such unpredictable. Nature of life is such unpredictable, and therefore, we cannot take for granted that we will have time to cross this ocean of samsara later, so with that, through meditating, contemplating that, and then to have that awareness all the time, not only I will be dying, but I could die any moment, it could come anytime, any moment. And once we have that awareness, then, it will inspire us to practice now without postponing it, the opportunity we have at the moment, in the present, you don't want to lose it, because you might not get that same opportunity in the futures. So therefore, what we have the present, we don't have the futures. Futures unknown. But what we have is the present. And so therefore, what we have now, we try to make most of it. And through that, then it gives you more kind of enthusiasm, more energy without postponing to practice now, to engage in the virtues now, and not to get too distracted to other worldly things so much, which are not so important. And so then with that kind of awareness, understanding, realizations, help us to not to get too much distracted with the unwholesome and samsaric and worldly things. Instead, it will help us to put in a right directions, on the right path. And also it will help us to be less lazy, but give us more energy in our practice. And that is why, like such as great meditators like Milarepa, and others masters. Milarepa, he was wearing a worn out robe, and he feel, even when he's worn out, he feel it's a waste of time even trying to fix it, because every moment is precious. He feel every moment so precious because of that awareness, the impermanent. One of the Katamba masters, I cannot recollect which one, meditating in the cave. He had to go outside to go for a, to take a pee or whatever, bathroom. There's no attached bathroom. Okay. He didn't have a attached bathroom, so he had to go out when he need to. And it seems there it started to grow bush around the cave, So each time he go out, there is a bush growing, and then his rope is to kind of stuck there, And then he go and he said, next time when I come, I will cut it. So he went to the bathroom and come it, and then he think of impermanent. Oh, I have no time to cut it. It's better for me to spend that time, instead of cutting it, to spend on practicing meditating. And that keep on always, like, always when he pass it, it feel like, because it is being, each time he walk the bush, each time he goes in and out, it kind of, what you call, not wear or no, it stucks it, then he feel like he need to cut it. But then when you think of impermanent nature, then with that awareness, he's saying, oh, what is important for me to spend to cut it, and so that is always, and so That is how a lot of those great meditators, when they have that awareness, for us, we have so much time to do all these things, not only cut it beautifully, days, weeks, months, we could spend there, but we struggle to find half hour for practice meditations. Even when we know those practice meditation, engage in virtue is more important for us. Even though when we feel that, still we struggle to find time because we get distracted with other things. We get distracted. And that kind of worldly things. And when you have that awareness, that totally change your perspective, and it helps you to be less distracted and more energy, just like Milarepa, like his Lama Sopa Rinpoche, like those Katama masters, many of them, they hardly sleep. Because, again, they think instead of sleeping, I can spend that time to meditate. And they see, because of that impermanent nature, awareness of that, they see every moment is precious. Every second is precious. Because they feel not only every day, every minutes, every hour, any minute, every second is so precious. And how can I use it to the maximum, make most meaningful from that precious without wasting it? Because of that, then it gives them that kind of energy, in their practice. It's not like they have different physical body than us, where they don't require any sleep, and our body requires sleep. Do you get it? In terms of physical, that they didn't came from another planet with a different physical body. That doesn't require, same like what we feel that we need. But because of that, they're even with the same body, somehow their body is able to manage better than our body. Do you get it? For many people, if they feel that they didn't sleep 7 hours, 6 hours, then they feel very tired. Not enough energy, tired. And sometimes I feel definitely there is some needs of the physical body, but a lot of time is in the mind. A lot of time it is in the mind. We grow up hearing, listening. You need 7 hours, 8 hours to be healthy. So when we feel I miss 2 hours of that, feel like, then your body started to act like this is not getting enough. You didn't get enough, and you started to feel your body started to follow your mind in a way. Then the body started to act like that because your mind gives kind of some message to that. Oh, I didn't have enough. And the body started to act as that, then it didn't have enough energy and feeling tired. Whereas those meditators, through their practice, in their mind, they feel, I don't need that. Their mind send message to the body, say, I don't require that much amount of sleep for me to function, not only function better fully. And I think over the time, maybe your body also aware of that message and follow that. And then the body doesn't feel like so tired if they didn't get that much hour. Some of them 4 or 5 hours sleep, and they do very well. Some of them, they don't even sleep for 3 to 4 hours. Just as mentioned, Lama Sopa Rinpoche, in our time, if you listen to the stories, like Milarepa's and other meditators, as I mentioned, just in the box, for not just one day, years and years. Yeah, because I was talking about when you have that kind of awareness, it gives you more energy, not only in mentally, but also physically. You are able to do more than what we feel we can do without getting too exhausted and too tired. Even with a small amount of sleep, for example. And that is why also we saw many verses etc. about not being attached to sleep. And you see that very often in many of the teachings, because they, with their own example, they knew that you can do without so much sleep, if you can still function well, without being so exhausted and too tired. They had their experience, and that come through their practice meditations, And so again, and one of the things that help them, one of the awareness is meditating on impermanent. That impermanent, especially the uncertainty of the time. It could come anytime, any moment. So basically, yeah. So we talk about then in terms of self-confidence, then in terms of self-confidence and self-doubt, whether I can be able to achieve enlightenment or not, whether I can be able to really practice the Bodhisattva path and to engage in all the incredible Bodhisattva deeds or not, then again, we went through some other meditations, to practice meditation, being aware that we have this Buddha natures, the potential to become fully enlightened. And not only will have that potential, immediate cause and condition wise, we have the best conditions. In terms of potentials, even the animal have that potentials. Not only we, even the animal, but in terms of immediate kind of conditions with our human brain, we have better conditions. Potential wise, it's the same. But in terms of immediate conditions to potentialize that full potentials, then we have better condition with this human life. Not only human life, have met the Dharma, the Mahayana Dharma, to know the Dharma a little bit, to know those practice. So this is the best time and the best conditions. So when you have all the best condition, if we put effort, then enlightenment is not too far away, is possible, And so through that, then again, building self-confidence in yourself that you can do it, because all the potential and conducive conditions are there now. If we put effort in practice on the path, and then there were many different, and then again, we might have different doubt arising, and to deal with that, different way of meditating, different, to overcome the issue of doubt, as today we talk about, if I practice the Bodhisattva'S to achieve enlightenment, I have to engage in both of path, engage in both of practice deeds, and some of those deeds and practice seems beyond my capacity at the moment, difficult in that, and then because that means, practicing for eons and eons, helping and benefiting sentient beings, and sometimes helping and benefiting sentient beings is not easy, Sometimes people can be very, even when you try to help and benefit, they can be not so nice, and instead of appreciating, they might be, accusing you and all of that, so when you see that, how can I be continue to be kind? How can I continue to be patient? How can I continue to be kind? How can I continue to help such? So sometimes we feel maybe this is something maybe beyond my capacity, my ability. Sometimes that is, and that can be again obstacles and self-doubt as well. And that, and then sometimes practicing both of path, even for one lifetime, seems a lot. And so when you practice both, you talk about E1s and A1s. So again, in terms of time-wise, it seems again. So again and again, as we mentioned, also in terms of both a path, not only practicing of giving a generosity of your wealth, virtues, but even your limbs, organs, and all that. And again, that seems impossible for us at the moment. But again, as today we went through, you start with small, what you are capable at this point. You don't have to worry about all that. You don't have to be fearful about all these practices. You just start where you are with small. As we make progress, as we become better at our practice, as we become familiar with that practice, everything becomes easier and easier. Something that you feel difficult at one point, it becomes very easy. It becomes so easy when someone says it's difficult, you cannot understand. Do you get it? What do you mean by it's difficult? It's so easy. You felt same way at one time, but with practicing, doing again and again, you reach a point where it's so easy. It doesn't require so much effort, doesn't require so much thinking. You can just do it. And when someone says it's difficult, you feel like, why they are complaining so much about that? How is that so difficult? But you felt that same way at one time, and now you are not. It's so easy because of that. That we learn in many things, isn't it? Driving, when you are learning to drive, and many other things. Same, that is how even with Dharma practice, that is how it can, And so again, when you reach a certain point, then something that feels very difficult will not be difficult, it will be easy. Something that you will feel that is not possible to do that, when you are practicing, when you reach a certain point, it will be, so easy, so easy to do that. And as today, as you progress on the path, both of the path, as you create more and more virtues and merit, positive karma, and your mind, your wisdom, your compassion started to increase more and more as you progress on the path. You continue to create, and because of that, then because of your state of mind, more wisdom, more compassion, and more patience, as well as creating more virtues, positive karma, you are going to have more and more happy, better health, better happiness on your physical level, and more peace, joy, happiness on your mental level. As you make progress on the path, not only you don't create new negative karmas, and that, you purify the previous negative karmas. And also you overcome many of those negative feelings, less anger, less attachment, less greediness, less fear, less worry, less self-doubt, and all of that. When that happens, then again, you suffer less physically and mentally. When there's less suffering on physical and mental level, when there is more joy and happiness on physical and mental level, You wouldn't mind, even you need to be eons and eons. Do you get it? When he is suffering, I don't want to be even for one moment. You know, I want to get out of there. Even it is 1 minute is too long. 1 hour is unbearable. But when everything's so good and bad, I can be there for not just 1 minute, 1 hour, 1 day, 1 week, 1 month. I don't want to even live there. I don't want to live that place or that situations. I want to live there forever. So the how whether we are fearful of being in certain state for a long time, or whether we are not fearful, but even with the joy, wanting to live in that place or in that place, not on timing. Depend on your experience. Do you get it? If you have bad experience, you want to get out of there very soon. If you have good experience, you don't mind being there for a long time. Probably you want to be there. So that is at the moment, because our experience is bad, so we feel like, I don't want to be there even for one lifetime, even one lifetime seems too long. But when your experience changes because of change in your practice and karma, when your experience changes and when it becomes more and more better and positive, you don't mind. You are not afraid and you don't mind. You even like to be there as long as it takes to help and benefit others. Through that kind of meditating, that kind of analytical meditation, contemplation, then we try to overcome the fear and the fear of engaging both of our practice path, both of our deeds, and and self-doubt. And through that, we train through the such practice, then you develop more self-confidence, and more, instead of fear, more enthusiasm, and more joyfulness in engaging such practice and path. So I think more or less we kind of discussed that yesterday, and then also, so that truth in the text, it kind of describes 3 obstacles and then different meditation to overcome those 3 obstacles, different practice meditations, and then next it describes about the supportive conducive condition to improve our joyful effort or diligent enthusiasm in our virtues, in our practice, in the virtues. And so yesterday, we just came to that, the 4 conditions, 4 supportive conditions, aspirations, steadfast mind, and then kind of finding a balance and resting when we need, and letting go of things when it becomes too much, not pushing yourself too much when your body and your mind cannot take it, and learning and practicing how to balance that, and then joy, other conditions, the 4th one, how to find a joy in your virtues, in your practice, in your meditations. So those are the 4 supportive conducive conditions that can help to develop more joyful effort or diligence in our practice, in our virtues. Okay, so we are on that. I think we finished verse number 30 and we just started the 31st of the first two lines. So we identify the four supportive factors of the practice. And so then in terms of the first one, aspirations, how to develop the aspiration, because the more aspiration you have, the more joyful effort and diligence you will develop towards the virtue, towards the practice. The more strong aspiration you have, And so therefore, how can we develop more stronger aspirations, And so then in that, aspiration grows through the fear of suffering and the contemplations of the benefit to be attained. So two kind of practice meditation one can do, in order to develop strong aspirations in your path, in your virtues, in your practice. One is, if you don't engage in the virtues, instead if you engage in non-virtues, then as a result of that such non-virtuous actions, then we will suffer. We will experience suffering. And nobody wants suffering. So result of non-virtues is suffering. And so if you don't want suffering, then you stop creating cause that lead to that suffering. And therefore, by understanding connection between the cause, non-virtuous actions, and the result, the suffering, which you do not want, then, through that understanding, and then you develop kind of fear towards that suffering. And with that fear to suffering, then it, stop you from creating the cause and or give you inspiration not to do that. It's like someone, through certain, by abusing certain substance, let's say drinking or smoking or too much or drugs, and how it can damage you. When they explain, then damage your lungs and other things. And when someone explain them clearly, when they are able to see that, then they are fear of being in that state. When they are totally, as a result of if I don't stop now, the result as that in the futures, I will end up like being that. And the fear of being in that state, do you get it? The fear of being that state stop you from doing that, abusing it. If you don't see the connections, then it's hard to stop doing that. But if you see that connections and you don't want that to be in that state, then it gives you a determination, inspirations not to do that. The willpower, the inspiration or determination not wanting to do that because you don't want to end up in that, because you are fearful of ending up in that situations. Are we clear? So similarly here, in terms of non-virtues, the result is sufferings, now and in the futures. And so that gives you inspiration. On the other hand, contemplation benefit to be attained, contemplating on benefit of the virtuous actions, the practice, the meditations, temporary benefit, ultimate benefit, if I engage in such virtues, if I engage in such practice, path, what are the immediate benefit? I will have better emotional health. Through that better emotional health, that will also support my physical health. I will find more peace, calm in my life. Because of my more peace, calm in life, I will have better relationship with others, better interaction with others. In that way, it helped me, it helped people around me. As a result of such, with karma actions, in the futures, again, we get, more benefit, better rebirth, better situation, that rebirth, better surrounding, people are more nicer, better to you, more kind, more compassion to you. And then those are temporary benefit, on ultimate benefit, then, through such practice, as we make progress, you enter the path, you enter the Bodhisattva path, and you continue to make, develop more, develop your bodhicitta and wisdom and all other positive qualities, and getting closer and closer to enlightenment, eventually achieving the enlightenment. So the more you contemplate the benefit of that, the more because you really want to have those benefits, so then you are more inspired to engage in the causes that bring such result. You will be more inspired to engage, more willpower, more determinations, more inspirations to engage in that cause that lead to such a result. And with such stronger willpower, stronger determination, stronger inspiration, then it helps in your perseverance, diligent in your practice meditations. So that is one. Therefore, leaving everything that is adverse to it, I will labor to increase my diligence. What is that one? So therefore, with that understanding, leaving everything that is adverse to it, or that all the opposite, such as that three obstacle we discussed yesterday, such as that, leaving all behind, giving up all of that, eliminating all of that, through practice meditations, I will put effort. I will labor, I will put effort to increase my joyful, diligent, or effort, or, perseverance in virtues. Through inspiration, self-confidence, relinquishment, and joy, by the strength of earnest applications and exertion of control. So through such, by gathering and by accomplishing those four supportive factors, then, gaining strength in putting in the effort practice, with a joyful determinations, and through that, trying to get control over your mind, control over your mind. At the moment, we have no control over mind. Our mind control us. And who control our mind? The delusions at this point. We are controlled by our mind, and then our mind is controlled by the delusions. So through such, by applying, by gathering those supportive conditions and overcoming those obstacles, then we develop strong practice of strong practice of joyful determination, or perseverance or diligence. And through such practice, then we try to gain control over our mind and control of, and so instead of the delusion driving our mind, then we have control over them. We become the driver of our mind. And, from next, it is kind of, as yesterday I discussed a little bit about, sometimes you see in certain practice, like here also, and sometimes you see also in the lojong, sometimes being a little bit pushing and critical of yourself, in order to push you a little bit from being too lazy and not practicing, not doing, by feeling, oh, I'm doing enough when not enough. I'm practicing good when we could have done better, more, so that is sometimes that can be one of the obstacles. One of the obstacles for us is, and being lazy and not putting enough effort, is thinking, well, I'm doing good enough, when we can do better or more, when there is possible, when there is a potential to do better and more, sometimes we might not push ourselves, and that can be obstacles to progress. And in such cases, then you have to be a little bit kind of pushy and critical of yourself. That will help you to kind of push. When you become critical and you feel, oh, I'm not pushing enough, I'm not putting enough effort, I'm not good enough. So you want to improve better in that way. But as I mentioned, you can't do that all the time, especially when you are doing best, and then, in those such cases, then you have to be more patient, more kind, compassionate to yourself instead of being too critical. Do you get it? Those are the things that we have to, we can't apply same method to every situation and in every time. We have to know exactly which practice meditations or certain when, in what situation, when you are in what state of mind and all of that. So this is for that purpose, and sometimes you find like that. 33 here, the boundless evil of myself and others, all the faults, negativities of myself and others, I must bring them all to nothing, even though a single of these ills may take unnumbered ages to exhaust. So, when we engage in both of the path practice, and especially when we take both of vows, when we take those precepts, commitments with the both of vows, then that we have kind of make a promise or determinations to liberate all sentient beings. Okay, that is the both of path. When you take the precept, the vows, or when you engage path, that is what, that I'm going to free all sentient beings from all their evils, all their suffering, and cause of all those suffering, all the delusions, all the karma, negative karma. So that is what we make those such commitments in a way. So that's, even it takes for eons and eons. That is the commitments, Even to the single of those ills, such as, even in order to liberate one sentient being from their, let's say, anger, in order to liberate one sentient beings from one of their evils, such as ill, such as anger, even if I have to be numberless lifetime to help, I will do that. That is the Bodhisattva attitude. So that is kind of attitude we kind of develop, or at least we make such commitment at one time. And then next, if I find, even though that is the case, we made commitments, and if I find within myself no sign of fault, or even started to cleanse, if we started to look at the moment, then in this moment, it seems like not only I'm unable to help them to cleanse of their evils, even one of them, but even not being able to, even my own or others, Why does my heart not burst as under and destined as I am for boundless pain? And so questioning yourself, how can I be so ease, feel so comfortable in ease and be so lazy? Do you get it? Not working hard. Not working hard to cleanse and purify, to destroy your own faults, your own karma and delusions, as well as to help to others to cleanse and purify their karma and the delusions and their suffering, which we make commitments for that. Even we have made comment, how can you not now You are not doing anything, almost much about that. And so how can you make that commitment not do that? Do you get it? So it's like kind of scolding yourself in a way. Do you get it? Scolding yourself, being critical and scolding yourself. Sometimes that is needed. Sometimes that helps. Sometimes because, yeah. And so that is that for that purpose. In terms of liberating and purifying all the suffering and cause of the sufferings. In the same way, when we develop the Bodhicitta mind, or when we take the vows and precept, also we take a vows and promise and commitment to lead all sentient beings, not only free them from all the suffering, cause of suffering, the delusion and karma of others in oneself, but also we make commitments and promise to lead and guide them, oneself and all sentient beings, to develop all the positive qualities, all the happiness, temporary ultimate happiness, to lead to the temporary and ultimate happiness state of beings. And in such commitment, and even it takes eons and eons, even to lead one sentient beings to that state, I'm going to do that. That is the Bodhisattva's commitment, attitude, precepts. So again, here it's a good qualities for my and others' sake. Though there are many, even though there are so many qualities, positive qualities that we need to actualize, develop, I must now accomplish. Even though for each of them, I must endeavor unnumbered, and to accomplish even one of those qualities, positive qualities, within yourself or within someone, to help them to develop that, it might require eons and eons, even just for one sentient beings. Do you get it? Same other way, in order to help someone to be free of just one negative qualities of yourself or others, to be able to do that, it might need maybe many lifetimes, even just to free from that. It's here on positive side, it might. Even that is the cases. Acquaintance, I've never gained with even part of such qualities. But when you really think, in our everyday attitude and practice, then, how much effort we put is not even a small part of that. It's so tiny for what we have made the commitments. It's like if we have made commitment to produce 1,000 products, we have not even product one of them. Thousands is nothing. Here we say limitless sentient beings for eons. Limitless positive qualities. So when you think, then sometimes it might almost feel disheartening in one way. But in another way, how you look at it, it can be something kind of inspiring, say, I have to do more. I have to put effort. I just can't just, be careless and not put effort and do so what do you call, so lazy, and feel I'm doing enough and I'm doing good enough. So that is indeed amazing that I render meaningless this life that somehow I have gained in such a way. Then feeling great lost, wasting my life, as we mentioned before, even though this precious human life has so much potential, how can I waste it, and make it meaningless? How can I waste it and make meaningless? Therefore, I should make it meaningful and not waste it. And the way to make meaningful and not waste it is to drive ourselves to practice the virtues, the path as much as possible. So with that kind of little bit of scolding, little bit of giving pat, that's what we need sometimes. Sometimes we need to be encouraged, giving little pat when you need it. Sometimes we need to be a little bit scolded, And so according to situations, state of mind, state of beings, and that's how we try to treat your children. That's how you try to treat your students. Not only your children, that also yourself in that way, through such practice meditations. If our parents call us like this, we will not be able to take it. But if you try to do yourself, maybe you might be able to take it. Do you get it? How huge difference it makes. Someone find my faults, I might not be able to accept it. But if I'm able to find fault myself and point myself, I will probably be able to accept it and try to improve it. When it is pointed by yourself and you recognize that your own shortcoming, your own fault, your own defect, recognizing that and then trying to improve it, is much more harder when someone do that, to accept that, and so someone try to push you, sometimes it doesn't work. But if you try to do it yourself in such way of communicating, talking with yourself, with your mind, then sometimes it helps. That is the kind of the technique, the practice here. And then, all the list go here, the list go on, what you have not done, what you are not able to do, because as I mentioned, this particular verses, as some of the verses, is more of kind of being critical and scolding yourself. But of course, if you are doing more than what is described, then you don't have to scold and be critical. You can kind of, rejoice and pat yourself, and and through that, again, you give more inspirations and more encouragement in practice. It is sometimes different individuals, and sometimes even one individuals, the way we push someone to do better, to improve, that means different way. Do you get it? Sometimes we need to, I don't know, scold is the right word, like almost scold and point out all the what you are not doing so you can get better. But just doing that all the time doesn't help. But sometimes when you are doing well, good, then someone need to give encouraging, So together, then it helps. Someone just try to give encouragement all the time, saying, oh, you are doing so great, you are so well. That doesn't also help to someone to really improve. Even when you are not doing well, oh, you are doing such great. Then you think you are doing great. Very tight. You're already feeling I'm doing great. And then someone says and comments, and especially someone you trust, they say, oh, you are doing such great, then you feel you don't need to improve. Do you get it? Finding that balance is important, whether we are working ourselves or working with others, to be able to point the weakness, the faults, the defect, so that we can improve. To be able to say, you are not doing good and you can improve here, in a gentle, compassionate way, skillful way, And so here, that is what you are trying to do with yourself. And sometimes maybe it might sound a little bit harsh, but again, as I said, sometimes that is needed and helpful, especially when you are becoming too lazy. Offering to the Buddhas, I have never made, so offerings to the holy objects or practicing charity or generosity for those who are in the needs, poor ones, especially when we have the capacity, ability to do that, not doing that. No fees were ever held through my donations, the fees, making offering of the meals for, Sangha members and others, in such not being made. No work I've accomplished for the teachings, nor that we have been able to accomplish to hold the teaching Dharma within our mind, or to spread and establish, to share the Dharma with others, through different activities, through sharing your wisdom, through sharing your knowledge when it is needed and when it is asked, supporting the conditions for the Dharma to flourish, and so that more people can have opportunity, for those who are interested, to study and to learn and to practice. Or in terms of ourselves, another way of preserving the Dharma is also practicing ourselves. Not necessarily to someone preserving, not someone trying to kind of, teach, but practicing yourself purely. That is the best way of preserving the Dharma, making the Dharma alive, come to alive, not just in the books, in texts, but through your practice, you have made them alive, So those teachings are not just kind of dry, but it makes you very alive, and that is how you preserve the Dharma, through your practice. And so here is also we have not been able to do that, not being able to preserve the Dharma well, because not being able to accomplish any of the wisdom or any of those realizations. The wishes of poor are left unsatisfied, those who need help, vulnerable, poor ones. Sometimes even when we have the opportunity, even we have the resources and ability to help them and to give them some temporary satisfaction, it will be hard to provide them ultimate satisfaction, but at least temporary relief, temporary satisfactions. Even that, I've not been able to do that, And my faith, so through that kind of reminding ourselves, then it should inspire us to do more, It should inspire us. I can do more than that. I can do better than that, So through that reflection, contemplation, coming to some kind of conclusion and understanding and awareness, I could support more towards the Buddha Dhamma Sangha. I could support more. I could do more. I could do more for those who are poor, who needs, who are vulnerable. I could do more. I could preserve the Dharma more by practicing more, but actualizing Dharma within myself, as well as whenever opportunity and right condition comes, to be able to share with others and to be able to create conditions for others to practice. So through that, then it should inspire us to do more. Do you get it? The end result of such meditation, contemplation, not to feel so bad about yourself. The end result is it should lead to something being more inspired, that I could do more and wanting to do more. Do you get it? We have to understand what the end result, At the end result, you started to feel so bad about you and started to feel so negative about you. I'm not good enough. I'm so horrible. I'm not good practitioner. Then we are going wrong directions. Do you get it? The purpose of this meditation is not for that. Okay? Not to feel that way. But the purpose is to recognize those things and then giving inspirations, then, that I can do better, I could do more, and wanting to do more, wanting to get better, and aspiring to do that. That should be the result of such as this, but some of those meditation. This we should be more clear, okay? Otherwise, it might lead to the other, feeling so bad and negative about your, instead of aspirations, feelings how horrible I am, how bad person I am, how horrible practitioner I am, if it leads to that, then there is something wrong. The way we do the practice meditations, there is something wrong, So the result should be something leading towards more aspiration, wanting to improve and do better. Okay, so that is. I have not, similarly here, I have not said frightening from their fear, So again, people being fear of human, inhuman, different things. And when you have the opportunity, when you have the ability to help them to be free from the fear and not doing that, is one thing. If you don't have ability, to do that, sometimes we don't have the skill and ability to even want to do that. Do you get it? But sometimes even we have those opportunity and skills and resource to that, not doing that. The rest I have not consoled. And those who are rich, even through our certain practice, help, even when we can help them to find more, calm, peaceful, and again, not consulting them to do that. And then the only purpose of me having this human life is the mother's pain, her womb's discomfort. This alone are my accomplishment. So when you do that, then, we have not been able to help all this way. And the only thing that we accomplish is make uncomfortable the mother's womb. When you are in mother's womb 6 months, mother go through a lot of pain, challenging, kicking, making her, all of that. It feels like our purpose of coming this human, this life, it is almost like the purpose of coming in this world as a human being is to create more pain and suffering to others. Do you get it? So that is it. So with that understanding, through such meditation, that we come to understand, I think I'm not coming to make the world worse, to create more suffering and pain. There's so much pain and suffering. I don't need to create more pain and suffering. That is not my purpose. That is not why I have this human life. That's why not the reason why I come in this human world. So then what is the purpose of coming? What is the purpose of being human? What is the purpose of coming in this world? What is the meaning of that? Is then to do better, to improve ourselves, and to be more benefit and help to others as much as possible, and to improve our practice, meditations, our path, so we can, through practice on Dharma, the virtues path, by improving ourselves, by getting, is not only ourselves, but when you improve yourself, you are able to do better for others, be more help, more benefit to others. And so for that purpose. So again, with that, then in the end, again, it should inspire, it should aspire you to be a better person. It should inspire you to be a better person. It should inspire you to do better person, more kind, more compassion, wanting to help and benefit. Wanting to help and benefit, not wanting to create more pain and sufferings. And for that purpose, more aspirations, more determination, more willpower to really put more effort in your practice so you can improve yourself. Improving yourself so you can be more benefit and help to others. Not just for yourself. The purpose of improving yourself is not just to feel good about yourself, but it's about when you improve yourself, you are able to be more benefit and help to others. And so next is why we shouldn't let go of aspiration towards the virtues or towards the Dharma. My failure to aspire to the Dharma now in the past has brought me to my present distinctions, who therefore would spurn such aspirations. So one of the reasons why we don't have a strong aspirations towards the practice, towards the Dharma, towards the virtues at the moment is because we didn't have the aspiration in the past. So we don't have strong imprint. So we don't have strong imprint from the past. So therefore we struggle more. People who have strong aspirations in the past, because they have stronger imprint, they have very strong inspirations, very easily. Do you get it? When they first meet Dharma, from that moment, they have such a strong aspirations. They have such a strong determinations in their practice, in their path. How come, one person doesn't have any aspiration, one so much? Because the other one has a lot of strong imprint from the past. The other didn't have so strong imprint. Same with compassion. Some people are born with more compassions. Naturally, from the very birth, they are very kind, compassions. Some people struggle. Some people struggle, even when they try to be kind, compassion, even when they put effort, wanting to become, their struggles. Why? Because the other person has a lot of imprint from the past. A lot of imprint from the past because they have done those practices in the past. Whereas other person doesn't have so much imprint, so they struggle more. And just to give two examples, but that could be in any other qualities, qualities. Same here, aspirations towards the Dharma. And so the result why we don't have so much strong aspiration because of not having strong imprint. And if we don't develop strong inspiration now, then again, in the futures, we will not be able to have a strong aspirations. But if even we didn't have from the past strong imprint, but if we try, put effort to develop stronger aspirations, and then in the future, it becomes more and more easier. Not only now, but also in the future, it becomes more and more easier to develop such inspirations. And so therefore, we shouldn't give up. We shouldn't give up having inspiration towards the path, inspiration toward the Dharma, inspiration toward the virtues. For the aspiration, the sage asserted, is the root of every kind of the virtues. So sage here referring to the Buddhas. The Buddhas mention in many sutras, the aspiration is the root of every kind of the virtues. Everything starts with the aspirations. Everything starts with the aspirations. Is that driving force? You have the aspiration to be a doctor, then you go in that direction in studies, learning to become doctor, because you have that wish, aspiration to be a doctor. If you have aspiration, become a farmer, because you have that wish, because you have the aspiration, then when you study in something that related more with that. And then that lead you in that what you wanted to become. Most cases is like that. There are exceptional cases. Even you don't have aspiration, your parent push you to do that. You are able to do that, but you are not happy about that. You just do because your parent want you to do, or because you are being pressured by some forces, not because of inspiration. So you don't enjoy doing that, even you do that, But something you accomplish and something you enjoy doing, it always comes from aspirations. The wish to achieve that, the wish to become that, wish to have that. And same in our spiritual path. Just like saying, I don't know, of course, in the way there is a saying, you can take the horse to the river, you can force it to drink, because it has no wish to drink, So if you don't have it as a wish, you cannot. And same thing, you can force someone to do something, but you cannot really force them, And so to do good at something, it really and enjoy it, and that you have the joyfulness in what you do, because here we are talking about joyful vigilance or perseverance. To be able to have that in whatever you do, you need the aspirations. You need the aspirations, the wish to do that, And so that is why aspirations is root of all kind of the virtues, all the virtues, all the realization, all the path, it comes through the inspirations. So aspiration, very important mental factors. Inspirations towards the virtues is very important practice, mental state. So maybe I will kind of stop here now and take some questions, if there is any questions, whether here in person or whether in online Zoom. Yes, please. maybe you can start.
I will start with my question then. So the question that I have, Geshe, is, so I think maybe you have answered this, but sometimes I feel that when, at work or at home, right, when I'm trying to help someone, either they feel that there is some kind of other motive, right? Why is this person being so nice? Okay, doing, always accepting and always forgiving and all. So I've genuinely tried to be helpful, but sometimes think this person maybe there's something else going on in the back, and then sometimes I also feel that's from persons, right? And then I feel discouraged when there are barriers, right? When I do something but it doesn't turn out the way I thought. I think that reduces my willpower, my energy. So all the energy which I started, it just goes away. So is that because I don't have the aspiration? I think from based on the last verse that you said, maybe it's because I'm losing sight of the end goal, right? The aspiration. Yeah, maybe if you can speak a few words on that.
Yeah, I think sometimes we kind of get attached to the outcome, and then when outcome is not the way we expect it, then it can be discouraging, and so I think one of the things is even when we are trying to be helpful, beneficial, whether it's for any individual or any organization, society, we try our best with the best intention, motivations, and we try to use our most skillful means, our wisdom, because we need the good intention, motivation, but also we need the right skillful means, the wisdom, what is most helpful, most beneficial. And so that we try to, sometimes even you want to help, but instead of just trying to help, trying to think, give a thought, what might be most help? How, if I present if I help in this way, that way, what might be most beneficial, helpful, suitable for that person, for that situations, whatever. So those are the things, something we try to be more mindful and we try to apply as much as possible. Sometimes maybe we forget that part. We feel like I want to help, and then without thinking whether that it will be helpful that person or not, and then maybe sometimes it doesn't turn that way, so that might be one thing. Secondly, maybe where we have some expectation of outcome, and that can be another reason to get disappointed and discouraged, because what we wanted, outcome was certain outcome through your help, their problem being fixed, or they are happy, or whatever that is. But sometimes it doesn't turn that way. And then we feel like we have failed it. We feel like we are not acknowledged, appreciated, or we feel like we are not doing good enough, whatever. So that could be discouraging and falling. So I think one thing is trying to do best with the best intentions. That is the most key, we try to do the best intentions, and then according to whatever our wisdom and skillful means, we try to do that. Sometimes we don't have all the wisdom, we don't have all the skillful means in that moment, in that time, but you try your best, and that's all. And so if outcome wasn't the way you want, at least you try your best, and that is all it is about. At least you try your best and you give with the best good intention. So being okay and happy with that you, with the best intention, you try to help. instead of being focusing on the outcome, focusing on your intentions and your wanting to help and benefit. So you should be more happy and proud of that than just focusing on the outcome. Of course, we can learn from that outcome. Maybe in the future, we might be able to do differently. Maybe at that time, we didn't have the right skillful means. Maybe with that, maybe we learn, maybe, oh, I could have done this. It could have been a different way of doing that. Skillful means we could learn from that. But at the same time, not focusing too much on the failure of that outcome, but instead focusing on that, the positive side, that you, with the best intention, you try to do the best according to your time at that time. Like a lot of things I did when I was young, in that moment, I feel that was the best I could do. If I look back, maybe I could have done differently now. But at that time, I didn't have the same wisdom I have now. I don't have the same experience I have. So this is something I have gained over the time. So then I shouldn't be so feel bad about because I didn't do it that way, because I could have done that way. I feel that way because looking back, but at that time, that is all I had. I didn't have those experience, the extra experience I've gained over the years. I don't have the same wisdom. Skillful means that I have gained over the time. So therefore, you shouldn't be so harsh on yourself for that purpose, that time, because we can always look back and always we can think I could have done that way or that way, and can be quite harsh sometimes, and that doesn't help. And so that is one thing. And secondly, as you just mentioned, to have the stronger, not being focused on the temporary temporary outcome, whether temporary outcome is good or bad, whether temporary outcome turn out to be the way you wanted or it turn out to be different than what you wanted, but always having the inspiration for the bigger goal, the Bodhisattva path, the Bodhisattva path is to continue to have love, compassion, and continue to have the wish to be help and benefit, and that is the bigger pictures. Not focusing on some of the setback here and there, but always focusing the whole path. The Bodhisattva path is all about holding and keeping that love and compassion and bodhicitta mind, no matter what happens. And so, regardless of what outcome. Having that strong inspiration of the Bodhisattva path, then just focusing on that might be helpful. Yeah.
Thank you, Geshe. There's one question from Facebook. Okay. How can you encourage someone who embraces their sickness? She does not want to follow this path, but she has no path.
Someone who can sick or something?
How can you encourage someone who embraces their sickness, who is probably attached to their sickness, and she does not want to follow this path, but she has no path?
Okay. Yeah. Sometimes the best way to inspire someone is to practice yourself and live yourself that way, instead of trying to encourage someone to follow the path. You practice the path, and you don't have to push anyone. You don't have to encourage, and that could inspire them, by seeing, because you practice, by seeing the change in yourself, because you have become a better person, because maybe you have become more patient than you used to be, maybe because you have been more kind, compassionate than you used to be, because you have become more generous than you used to be, because you have become less anger and less aggressive than you used to be. So when someone notice that, when someone see that, changing that, and then they say, where does that change come from? Where does that process come? And they know that because of that particular path that they embrace, they see that because of that, then they get inspired. You don't have to say anything. You don't have to. From their side, they will get inspired. From their side, they would want to know more about it. From their side, they want to learn more about that. From their side, they would want to discuss about that. And when it comes from their side, and when you are able to kind of discuss and share, then it really sinks in their mind. They really get it. When it doesn't come from their side, when they are not ready from their side, even you tried, then, it doesn't sink in them, It come from they hear from one ear and they let it come from other ears. It doesn't go inside. And so I think one of the best way of inspiring someone to follow the path is being the example yourself through the path by practicing that. That will be the best way. That will be the best way to inspire. And I hear many stories about that, and that is wonderful when you hear those stories. Wonderful stories. I've heard so many stories like that. I have a friend, Dharma practitioner, who had a very, very, bad relationship with her mom. Very, very bad. But then when she met the Dharma, and over the years, she tried to practice. And through practicing, she started to have different perspective of her mother's and her mother's treatment to her. Through that changing in their perspective, they started to build up better relationship, and their relationship, become really good. Not perfect, not any relation perfect, but still very good. And her mom, Christian, she saw the changes. She saw the change, and she was very appreciative of the path she chose, because she saw, and she even said to her to give thanks to her teachers for bringing her daughter back, giving her daughter back to her. That is what she felt, and that is what she said. And because of that, she even asked her teacher if there is any advice for her, even though she is not a Buddhist practitioner, she is a Christian. And so the teacher told him to recite, some mantras, the mantra of compassion. And she did it that because she appreciated so much. And now she started enjoying doing that, And that is where, her mind become open, open, and all of that, because she saw changes in her daughter having embraced this particular path. And I have heard so many stories like that, so many stories, of children's parents, siblings, friends, where they saw the changes after they started practicing. And that literally give them a lot of inspirations and open their mind. Even they might be following particular path, but they have much more openness and appreciative, because they see the positive changes. And so, that could be the best kind of way to inspire someone. Sometime by telling them, to think this way, to think that way, to do this and that. Sometimes it can be helpful for some people, but it doesn't work that to everyone. And some people, they have even more resistance. when you tell them what to do, what not to do. Instead, the best is to show them the way with your example. Yeah.
Yes, this question was from Dee, and she thanks you for the inspiration. And just a clarification, when she meant sickness, it meant physical ailment as well as depression.
Yeah. Same with the physical illness, Of course, if someone is a practitioner, then we can talk about it, embracing it by thinking it's a purification, is a good sign, it's not necessarily bad, it's a good sign because you are purifying, So in looking from that perspective, maybe as a practitioner can have a different mental state. Instead of seeing something bad, unwanted, they could, from one perspective, they can see, even though there is physical discomfort, but from another side, they can see there is a positiveness in that. And also, how you can use that illness to feel more compassion to others. And through that, you see that this physical illness help you to develop more kindness, more compassion. And therefore, then you see something meaningful and even though there is some discomfort, but there is a meaningful because it helps you to spiritually grow. So there are a way of seeing that, but like someone who doesn't have all this background, and who doesn't have those tools, and when you are in that situation itself, it's hard. Even for a practitioner, when you are in that, it's hard to really see that way, unless you have strong practice. And so therefore, definitely, it is not so easy to encourage or inspire someone to embrace such a pain as something positive and not to fight against it, but, also sometimes because we feel like, if I can inspire her or encourage her to embrace it, then she will be much happier and, peaceful, and she doesn't have to struggle with all whatever struggle that she's going through. And with that concept, sometimes we push too much. Do you get it? Because we feel that will change her life, that will change her perspective, that will change her. So because of that, then we push so much to her to, sometimes we're not even aware how much we're pushing there. And then other person feel that kind of being trying to force something that they are not ready, or maybe they don't see that the way. And then that also create more resistance. Do you get it? It creates more resistance. And then you are, sometimes, then it has different effect. So if you don't try to push so much, from your side, you don't want to push yourself, and just allowing the other persons, to come from their side. And then, of course, in very gentle, not pushy way, sometimes we can do things, say things that might not help, that might or might not help her to see it differently, or embrace or not embrace, but without any kind of expectation or any kind of outcome, and then trying to kind of enforce or push that. And when you start and not doing that, you can have better relationship. And when you have better relationship, maybe you might be able to inspire better. I've learned also myself that way, hard way, with my mom too, both my parents, especially with my mom, I was giving too much lecture, with the hope that her mind could change, and so that she could have more peace, or the struggle that she was going through, that I can kind of lessen her that by, if she can think the way it's described in the Dharma, if she can change certain perspective, certain attitude by seeing from different perspective, different attitude, that she doesn't have to go through that feeling or that pain and sufferings. But she was not ready to hear those things at that time. And because I was driven to see her not to suffer and to see her in better state, so I was trying to say, almost like pushing in a way, giving too much lectures in a way, oh, you should think this way, or you should do this from Dharma point of view with the best intention, but it didn't work. It created a little bit of distance, because that is how she felt, and then it took time for me to realize that, and just letting it go and being okay for her to go through whatever she's going through. The suffering, pain she's going through is okay. It's her karma, it's our karma as a family. We all have to deal with that. We all have to deal through that pain. Because of her pain, everyone is affected. Because you can't bear to see someone you love go through that pain. But then, being okay, accepting, that is what is, you can only try little, and other than that, there is nothing you cannot push. And so that is her karma, this our karma as a families, as the children, and it's okay. And if time comes, if situation comes, if she is able to realize things differently, that will be the case. If not, just be okay. And once I kind of let it go and not trying to fix, I'm trying to fix something, maybe she was not ready, and that create that kind of distance or boundaries. And so once I'm able to let it go and then not trying to fix that, it was much better, again, you could communicate better, and then when you communicate better, better impact what you are trying to say or not you are trying to say, what you are trying to do, So anyway, I think sometimes that is how it is sometimes. And sometimes the way we feel, they might not feel the same way. I feel this is the cause of their problem, but they might see it that way. I might see this is the cause of their problem. There's pain and suffering. Then I feel like I must fix that. But they might not see it that way. And they are not ready to do that because they don't see it that way. And so sometimes from our perspective, we try it, but from other perspective, they might have a different perspective. And sometimes we might say they are so unhappy, but they're happy. That is our perceptions. Do you get it? Recently, I was talking with one of my friends, because their parents are getting old, so they are unable to travel more to visit their children, and this and that, and especially during the COVID, all of that. So they were kind of house doing things, and they couldn't travel. And so the children were saying, they it's sad that they cannot do that, and because they feel that it will take away their happiness. And I said, that is how you feel, but did you discuss with them? Maybe they're more happy just not being able to travel. It doesn't mean if you cannot travel like you used to, maybe doesn't mean they're unhappy. That is your perceptions, what happiness means. To be able to visit here, go there and see this person, that person. For some people, they're just being happy. Maybe sometimes they go visit because for other sakes, not for their happiness, but because if they go, it will make the children happy or someone happy. Do you get it? They do that for others' happiness, not necessarily for their happiness, but maybe they are more happy when they don't have to do that. Maybe because it's too tiring and all of that. And then he started to think, And I said, and they seems to be, he said, yeah, they're happy. So if they're happy, then that is what it counts, that is the more important. So sometimes we bring our idea perception to others, and then on the basis of that, sometimes we try to change, but sometimes what they really need might be different. So anyway, yeah. Okay, we have a break. If there is any more question, I will take later.
No, I don't think we have any more questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
So see you then later.
Thank you, everybody. We will be
back. Thank you. Sanjo Samjo Ramboche, Maye Bana Geyoche, Kyawa Nyamba Meba, Kongle Kongto Kyawa. Okay.
Waiting for a few more attendees to come into the room.
So again, welcome back, everyone. So in terms of the 4 supportive factors, we are still on the first one, aspirations. And the next one here explains the cause of the aspirations. What lead to have the aspirations for the virtues. And so and that in the verse number 40, the last 2 lines, aspirations root in turn is constant meditations on the fruit of actions. So when you meditate on law of cause and effect, karma, and through that meditation on law of cause and effect, as we mentioned this morning, when you have a understanding, awareness, how your virtuous karma or virtuous actions lead to happiness, and when you understand how your non-virtuous actions, karma, lead to pain and suffering, then you will be aspire, you will have more aspiration to avoid non-virtuous actions and to engage in virtuous actions. And so it will aspire you to do that because of that understanding. So that is where, and then in order to meditate on the law of cause and effect, the karma, then there it explains a little bit about that. The body's pain, so physical pain, anxiety of the mind, the mental pain, sufferings, whatever physical pain, sufferings, whatever mental pain, sufferings, and all my fear of various kind, all the fear varied, we have fear of so many things, fear about futures, fear, and within the fear of futures, and so many different fears, fear of our health, fear of our families, friends, fear of our work, job, fear of all so many different fears we could have. All those fears are derived of what and as well as to be derived of what I want, not meeting what we want, we want to have this and that, but not being able to get those things, not being able to get everything that you wish, everything you want, not being able to fulfill all your wishes, all your desire, all of that. All of those are such is the harvest of my sinful deeds. So they're saying all of those are result of your karmic potentials, karmic seed, of negative karmic seed. They are result of your negative, unwholesome actions. And again, as I said, there is a combinations. There's your karmic potentials, okay, karmic seed, as well as immediate cause and conditions that contribute towards those pain and sufferings. So it is together with both things. One, there is karmic seed or potential that we carry from the past, as well as immediate cause and conditions. Together, they contribute towards certain experiences, and all these painful, unpleasant experiences. So those are result of immediate cause condition and previous negative karma seed. On the other hand, but if you act good, sincerely intended, on the other hand, you try to not have even negative thoughts, negative feelings. Instead, you try to have positive thoughts, positive intentions, loving kindness, compassion, and so forth, without of that kind of mental state, and then engage in the actions motivated by such mental, positive, compassionate intention and motivations, then no matter where I turn my steps, the merit gain will honor me with its resulting benefit. So, when you have all of strong positive karmic imprint, merit from the past through such good intention and the actions that you engage in out of that good intentions, then even you might be in the worst place in the world, you will not suffer. Instead, you will have better situations. You might be in the most, let's say, the most poor countries, but you might not suffer the poverty like most other people suffer. You might be in some of the most violent places, which a lot of people suffer because of that, but you might not be affected by that directly and suffer from that. You might be in places where maybe the conditions for your good health are not there. Maybe there is too polluted and too unhygienic, unclean, so forth. But you might not get sick. Why? From external conditions, it seems like you should be experiencing all this pain and sufferings, but still you are not being affected so strongly and by those external conditions, and still you have a better experience. And it's because of your previous karmic potential and seed. So you can step anywhere, any part of the world, any part of the where in every situation, still you don't get affected negatively and experience so much suffering and pain. And that's because of your past positive karma merit. So so again, if we really analyze, if we don't take into consideration of karmic seed potential, then there are a lot of things that you cannot answer, If it's just external condition, if it's just immediate external conditions, then there are a lot of things that cannot answer. Even with, let's say, coffee things. Sometimes one person who is really very bad and someone is exposed to them, not only for a few moments, but for they slept together, they ate together, it didn't affect the other persons. And then someone just met that person for a very short period, they got affected. Do you get it? It's hard to understand. If it's just the external factors, and there's nothing more than that external factors, being exposed to someone who has a very strong symptom, whatever, why the other person didn't contract it? Even after spending sometime more than 24 hours together, we hear many stories like that, individuals. That is just one example. Sometimes, let's say, earthquake, floods, fires. It burned everything, just one house or one places. You do not know how that survived. It's burned all over, but somehow the fire jumped over it. Or the flood just went the other way around. It is actually, if it comes straight, it is in the middle, but somehow some force kind of seems to take it different. Or in earthquake, it is coming, and then in one place they just move that way. So therefore there's not only the external condition, there is something else, another force that contributes, and that is what we call karmic potential, karmic seeds. So that is where if we don't have any idea of karma, if we don't take that in consideration, then there's so many cautions that there's no answer, or we cannot find answer. No. And so next one, I think, as we discussed a little bit as today, just even though intention is very important, even though wish is very important, intention very important, but it is not only the intentions, that lead to result. You have to create the cause and conditions. So that is where the next verse, it says 43, sorry. But if through seeking happiness, your deeds are wrong, even you wish to have happiness, but if you engage in negative actions, wrong deeds, unwholesome deeds, you cannot get what you wish, the happiness. If you want happiness, it's not just enough to have the wish to achieve that happiness. You need to create the cause and condition that lead to that happiness state. You need to create the karma. You need to create the cause and conditions. So that is what he's saying. But if through seeking happiness, that's what you wish, but my deeds are wrong, no matter where I turn my step, the knife of misery will cut me down. The wage and retribution of sinful life. So therefore, again, continue to talk about the cause and effect. Creating the right cause and condition for right result. If we create, continue to create negative karma, continue to engage in unwholesome actions, negative karma, and due to those negative karma, due to the those negative cause and conditions, then even you wish happiness, the happiness will come. Instead, you will experience suffering, no matter where you go, where you steps. You go to the places, the best, richest place in the world area, most people are rich or they have no problem, but you might be affected there. You might have problem property. You might be living in the most safe and most peaceful countries, but you might get attacked by some violence. You might be living in the most safe environment where it is less pollution, but you could be affected and have some illness. Why? Even though external environment doesn't seem to lead to that, but because it's not only that, due to the karmic seed, and then certain cause and condition come together that lead you to have such pain, sufferings, challenges, difficulties. And if you look around, it's so clear. It's so clear, it seems very clear why some people struggle all the time, no matter where they go, no matter what they try to do, they struggle so much. And then there are some people who doesn't try hard, who doesn't make so much effort, and things just come so easy for them. Life comes so easy for them. And sometimes we wonder, why? How is that possible? How is that possible? If he can do it, I can take it easy and everything will come like him. It doesn't happen like that. Do you get it? You have to work harder to make things happen, unlike like that person's, because that person has strong positive experiencing a result of strong merit and positive karma. And if I don't have that same level of strong merit and positive karma, I will need to work harder. I will need to create more cause and conditions. I mean, that is where, like no matter where you step, everything goes wrong. You feel this is not right place and not right environment, not right people around you. And you move to another place where you feel this is the right place, is the right condition, is the right people. And then again, things happen there, similar like here. And just by moving and just by changing job, just by changing places and friends, several friends, it doesn't go away. You somehow, you attract, your energy attract that negative energy. Do you get it? And that is because of that magnet of the negative karma. On the other hand, no matter where you go, you seem to attract positive energy for some individuals. They seem to attract some positive energy around them. And that is the magnet of their positive karma and merit. If we really observe, it's interesting, and then it is spoken. Next one is talking about more very specific, strong karma and very specific, strong negative karma. And 44 is talking about a very specific, strong positive karma, and practice. Through virtues, I will raise within. So through certain practice, virtues, strong karma, one can be born in such as a pure land, where there's no sufferings, as we discussed yesterday. It's possible that there's someone can born in such a pure land, and there where there's no sufferings, and so that is what it is. Through virtue, I will raise within the cool heart of a pregnant, spreading lotus, with a splendor nurtured by the sweet words of the conquerors, and then from the lotus open in the sage light, in supreme form I will arise, and to dwell a blissful Buddha's hair in the presence of victorious ones. So it's a description. I don't want to go so details description of what pure land and all of that, but it is more talking about that pure land. It is, you can say, most suitable place, and where there's no sufferings, and where you can continue to practice and continue to grow on a spiritual path without so much sufferings, like we once suffer in the 6 realms. And the next one is the kind of the worst negative karma, and is the consequences of, the worst negative karma. And as a result, one can be born in such as hell realms, and the suffering where there's most intense suffering among all the beings in the 6th realm. So that is what it is. Or else, as a witches of my many sins, my skin completely flayed, I shall be utterly brought low by creature of Lord of Death, who on my body pour liquid bronze all melted in dreadful blaze, and the first by the burning swords and knife in my flesh, dismember in the 100th part will fall upon the white hot iron ground. And then, some level of that we see in even in this world, how we treat sometimes treat animals, burn alive, fry alive, sometimes, not dead, but actually they're alive while they are still alive. I saw, octopus being kind of, while he's alive, kind of burning on the, barbecue, that kind of, I've seen, of course, I just saw in kind of, news or others, the food travel, food in those, or some blog, or I don't know where I saw it, And then I also heard in some restaurant you have alive, frog or other things, and you just order and they just take it and alive, burn alive, fry alive, cut into pieces still while they are not dead. So the description here is already we experience here in some cases, to a certain level. And next one, therefore, through meditating, contemplating on the law of cause and effect karma, through law of cause and effect, by understanding how our negative karma produce suffering and how our positive karma produce happiness, with that understanding, awareness, then one try to generate strong aspirations to engage in more virtues and avoid non-virtues. So that is to cultivate a stronger level of aspirations. Therefore, I will aspire and tend to the virtues. Okay, therefore, with that understanding, realization, awareness, I will aspire, develop more aspirations, more determinations, more willpower, and tend towards the virtues, trying to create as many virtues as possible, engage in as much virtues as possible, trying to avoid as non-virtue as much as possible, and steep myself in it with a great devotions, with a very strong determination, strong dedications, devotion, and with the method stated in the, Bodhisattva'S, I will train confident assurance, So in that, it with the example it give, when there is a sunlight coming from the sun, rays of the light from the sun, it doesn't discriminate. The light doesn't discriminate, the light doesn't discriminate, and it continues to send the light everywhere, all 10 directions, wherever. Just when it is raining, it doesn't discriminate this plant, I want to rain on this area, this plant, when certain cause and condition come together. And similarly, when the Bodhisattva'S train, to help and benefit sentient beings, to liberate sentient beings from their sufferings, to lead them to happiness. Again, no matter what challenges there are, you do not give up, and you continue to help and benefit without giving up. Even when sentient beings are not good, and even when they create a lot of challenges, a lot of difficulties, even when you are trying to do best with your best intention, despite that, even when they try to, create a lot of problem, suffering and pain, misery, and not giving up, and continue to work for all sentient beings. Just like the sun, the ray of sun that shine everywhere. So your compassion shining to all sentient beings, not giving up because he or she is difficult persons, because he or she is not nice persons, because she or he is creating so much problems. Regardless of that, that is the attitude of the Bodhisattvas, to have such a strong confidence in their training, and not giving up, their compassion to any being. So here, that is, so that is something we try to cultivate, that a kind of aspiration every day. If we try to build up every experience, every day, that kind of determination, that kind of intention, inspirations, I will not give up being kind and compassionate to anyone, even when they are not nice, even they are mean and cruel. If we every day we remind ourselves, and if we build up that wall, then even when someone is not nice and mean and unkind, still, you wouldn't give up. You will still try to help as much as you can, at least not give up the compassion, so next one is, so that one, yeah. So here is building up the self-confidence, and also you remembered from the four supportive factor condition. So we just finished the aspirations, and then the next one is, the steady mind. Yeah, the power of the steady mind, steadiness, not being very fragile mind, fluctuating so easily, changing your mind, so easily. But instead, trying to develop and have a very strong, stable mind, steady, stable mind. And that is very important in Bodhisattva practice. So that is where it is. let me first consider my reserves to start or not to start accordingly. It might be better not to start, but once begin, I should not then withdraw. So everything that we engage into, whether it's a practice, any activities, any project, first analyze whether I should start engage in this project or not, whether I should engage in this practice or not. Is this practice suitable for me or not? Is this practice that I can continue or not? Is this beneficial or not? So whether you do the analyze yourself or with the help of others, you try to analyze. Is instead of rushing it emotionally, a lot of time, one of the problem that you see, or at least that is how I feel it. I could be wrong, but sometimes people become too emotional and they don't use their brain to analyze before. Or I feel when I was with that person, I feel something special. Therefore, we must have some kind of very strong connections. Therefore, he or she might be the right person for me, or right guru for me, or all these different, because sometimes you have different feeling, emotions arises in the presence of someone. Sometimes you have certain kind of resistance. Sometimes you feel very attracted, And sometimes we just, without analyzing properly, we just jump into it because we felt that way in that moment. And a lot of time later, it doesn't turn out, in a good way. But if you have analyzed it before, probably you might feel, even though I feel that way, but when I check everything, it doesn't, fit, doesn't suit, And sometimes I feel that is also why sometimes when you have a, unqualified wrong gurus, where they can exploit, based on such emotions, and they cannot kind of. So that is why it is important to analyze before, And so that is why it's saying, And so try to analyze first whether it's better to, engage or do or practice or not, and then once you have commit yourself, then no matter how difficult, how challenged, you try to continue and follow it and not giving up easily because there were some challenges, some difficulties, And so from the very beginning, it's very important to be aware and also accepting, being realistic in any kind of relationship, whether it's a disciple, guru, whether it's between two partners, among friends, or, engage in our spiritual path, dharma, virtues. It is not going to be smooth and easy all the time. They are going to be up and down. There will be days when things are easy, and there will be days, weeks, months, years when it will be challenging difficulties. That is part of the life. That is part of practice. When from the very beginning you are more aware and more realistic and more accepting that, then when you face some challenge and difficulties, it wouldn't caught you surprise and shock. You are somehow prepared. And so therefore you have better way of dealing with that. Otherwise you are caught by shock and surprise, unexpected. And so then you don't know how to deal it. And then the way you deal is less positive and healthy because you have this. And that is same with the practice. Just when you started practice Dharma and Bodhisattva practice, you can't expect, your life is going to be easier and easier every day, week by week, month by month. Your practice is going to be, smoother and smoother. And, sometimes it doesn't go that way. Sometimes you will have, it seems it's going smooth, and then suddenly there's a big bump. Suddenly you face big bump. And then sometimes if you don't know how to deal with that, then you kind of back up. You give up easily. On the other hand, if you, have prepared and you know how to deal it, then, that will not be an obstacle. You will still continue to drive over the bump, and then you will have more smooth. Again, you drive on the smooth, but again, there will be bump. Sometimes bigger bumps, sometimes smaller bumps, but that is part of that part of the journey, part of the path, part of growing, part of learning. And so that is where you don't withdraw and give up so easily, So instead to have that steady mind, if you don't give up easily, if you have enough patience, things can become much better after some times. If you are not patient enough, if you become impatient, you easily kind of give up because there were some challenges. One, you are never going to learn. You are never going to learn and improve and progress. It's always running away. Whenever there's a challenge, you run away. And then again, you do something, and then there's some challenge, again, you run away. You always run away. And so we cannot, how long we can run away? We cannot run away. Samsara, there's no running away from samsara. You run up one way, and then again, you are caught up there. And therefore is learning about how to face that, how to face and how to deal with that without giving up. And so that is where, and so kind of building that kind of strong, steady mind. And so when you have that kind of strong, steady mind, then you can have perseverance and without being discouraged and giving up easily. If I do such things, when you face some challenges, difficulties, give up easily. First, you engage in without analyzing so much. And then when you are faced with some challenges, difficulties, then you withdraw, you give up easily. If you do that, then if I do such thing, a pattern will return. And then that pattern, you will continue to doing that. Each time any problem, challenge arises, you just give up. Each time any challenges, difficulty arises, you just give up. So then you will never be success. because everything there is always challenge, difficulties, and so, and you become it becomes habit and patterns, in your life. Instead of facing the challenge and overcoming the challenge, instead of facing the challenge and learning and having the skill tools to overcome that, so that it doesn't become any more challenge in the future, any more difficulties, no matter what you face. Instead, if you keep on running and like that way and give up easily, then that is how that become a pattern in your life, habits in that will return in later lives, not only in this life, even in future life, because of such habits. Then you have imprint in your mind of such habits. Due to that such habits, then in the future lives, sin and pain will grow. Again, every time we face any challenges, difficulties, our mind gets disturbed, agitated, because you don't know how to deal with that. Do you get it? If you have the skills, tools to deal with that, it will not so be agitating and disturbing, because you can deal and manage it healthy way. But when you don't have that tool, and that it disturbs your mind, it agitates your mind, because you don't know how to deal with that. And due to that kind of negative thoughts, mind, and then we engage in unhealthy negative karma, being rude to others, being wrathful to others, being harsh to others. Through such, then, we create negative karma, and through that, then pain, suffering will grow, or pain or suffering will arise. We will experience suffering from such actions. And also we create suffering to others. And other action will be left undone, or else will bear a meager fruit. And if you have started one project and not finished that, because there's some challenges, and you start another new projects, again, there's some challenge, you finish unfinished, and again, you move to another project, unfinished, so you can never finish any of them. There's nothing for you to accomplish, nothing to show. Everything you did is unfinished, unaccomplished. And that doesn't give you confidence. Do you get it? That doesn't give you self-confidence. Neither that give a good image to others to trust you, that you will do a good job. They see all the result and none of your project that you took on, you have been able to complete, finish. How can I trust you if I give you this project, you can complete it? You lose the trust of others. You lose confidence and trust in yourself. So therefore, other action will left undone, and so you have full of different project actions unfinished, undone. And not only on small external project, same with our mental project practice. You start one practice here, and you move to another practice here, move to another practice, try here a little bit. Oh, this, there is some challenges, this and this, I don't like that. Then you go there and then you challenge, oh, I don't like this. You always find something there that, you cannot completely agree fully, or come in total, there are certain part that you might like, there's certain part maybe you might not connect so well. And then if we keep on jumping from one practice to another practice, from one path to another path all the time, then at the end, you don't have one particular path. You don't have one particular path. If you don't have one particular path, it doesn't lead to the real goal. You keep on going this way, that way, this way, that way, even never reach the end. And so again, unfinished. That is where it is, not only on external, but also on our spiritual practice in our path. And even it all else will bear a material fruit, even it produce a result, the result is not great. The result is not great. The result is not great. Not strong, whether it's a spiritual practice or whether it's external project. And therefore, with that understanding, then we try to develop a strong sense of strong minds, steady mind, strong, steady minds. Not easily giving up. Once we make after investigating, once we make mind to do something, it's better to, if you do that, when you accomplish that you have focus on to finish that, when you are able to do that, it will give you more confidence in yourself. It will give you more confidence in yourself. Also, it will also give more confidence in others to trust you. Yeah, that is important. Even in the practice, I found that, I have some friends who are given many practice by their teachers, gurus, and then my friend was trying to do two different practices at one time so that he can finish all together after some times, But what happens is, in those 10 years that he is doing a little bit of each of them, he couldn't complete any of them, most of them. And he got discouraged and he gave up. He got discouraged. He can never finish, because after so many years, what he need to finish was very little that he has finished each of them a little bit, but so, we had a discussions and we talked about, and I said, forget the two other practice, just focus on this one practice, for a couple of years. I just told him, don't worry about the two practice. Don't think about that. Just focus on one practice. And then he did that. He accomplished that, in 1 year, which he couldn't finish in 10 years. And that gave him confidence. Then he started the next one. He completed that one. And then he started the next one. Within the 3 years, he completed all the practice that was given to him. In 10 years, who couldn't, because he was trying to do too many things at the same time. And once he started focus on one of them, and once he was able to complete that, it gave him confidence, aspirations, and then he followed that. And after that, he was encouraged to do more practice. And so that even in the practice, it's like that, instead of having too many unfinished, so many, but especially when you have certain practice that you need to finish, focusing, especially in such cases. So next one is cultivating, kind of, again, that steady mind, self-assurance, self-confidence. Okay. So having self-confidence in actions and afflictions and ability, so 49 actions, the afflictions and ability, three things to which my pride should be directed. So this pride is not the delusional pride, it's the positive pride. The positive pride is a kind of confidence. Confidence is a positive. You need the confidence. Unhealthy pride is the ego mind. So those are two things. So here, you try to develop the healthy pride. That is the confidence. So you should have, here it says, your confidence should be directed toward the actions, the affliction ability. And what is the confidence or pride in action? So they here say, I will do this myself alone. These words define my pride of actions. So when you engage into certain practice, certain actions, here, the action to be help and benefit to others as a Bodhisattva practice. The Bodhisattva action practice is to help and benefit other sentient. When you are trying to help and benefit sentient other beings, having the confidence in your action that you can do alone by yourself without having to rely on others' help. So you should build up that kind of strong self-confidence. Even if no one support me and help me for me to do this project or to help others, I'm going to do that. And having that belief in yourself, in your actions. Because sometimes if we don't have that strong confidence and belief and pride in that way, then when someone is supporting help, then you continue. When there's you feel like someone is not helping and supporting, then you feel like your energy is no more there. You are not inspired to do that, and you give up easily. And so that shouldn't. So therefore, that is what it means by the pride of actions. And the pride in afflictions, yes, and overpowered by their mind, afflictions, worldly folk, helpless to secure their happiness. Compared to those who wonder, I'm able. This, therefore, shall be my task. So again, when you read it, literally, it seems like a arrogant and delusional pride. Do you get it? But this particular one is not the delusional and the arrogant negative pride. In that, it will come later. He will distinguish those two things. In the others, there's a sense of looking down on others. Here is not looking down on others, but more about having confidence in yourself and your ability. There are two things. Are you able to distinguish? Yeah. So here is training your mind, other sentient beings out of afflicted under the control and being controlled or being under the influence of the delusions, they might not be able to help and benefit other sentient beings because they themselves are in samsara, they themselves are experiencing suffering, they themselves are under the control of karma and the delusions. Therefore, I'm not going to be in that situation. I'm not going to be in that. I'm going to kind of, I'm going to overcome that. I'm going to overcome that, and then I'm overcome that delusion, not allow myself to be overpowered and influenced by the delusions and such, and not allowing that. Instead, I would be, and without allowing that, I will continue to be help and benefit into others. So in such sense, then, you are trying to develop more stronger self-confidence in yourself to be able to do that. Similarly, when others give themselves to the law of behavior, maybe not being kind, not nice, and more, maybe not ethical and so forth. What shall be my stand in this regard? In any case, I will not be arrogant. The best way is to give up such conceit. So here, that is where it is. Sometimes you find in Buddhist training, studies of psychology or mind, then pride is considered as something negative. But that pride is the delusional pride, the negative pride. And that is here, the arrogant, sense of arrogant. And that pride or sense of feeling I'm more superior than, you are less than me. That mind has that kind of, that arrogant, that delusional pride had that kind of functioning or that kind of nature, whereby you feel you are more superior, supreme, superior than others, and the other is less than yourself. It's some way of belittling them, belittling others, looking down on others, And so that kind of arrogance is something that you don't want to develop. That kind of arrogance or pride is something not healthy, something that you want to overcome it. On other side, the healthy pride, the self-confidence is something you need to develop, something you need to actualize. And so that is where. Why should you have self-confidence? Why should you have a strong mind and not so self-confident and strong mind? Why shouldn't your mind be so vulnerable, fragile, not strong? Here, when they find a dying serpent, even the crows behave like soaring eagles. Therefore, if I'm weak and feel feeble-hearted, even the little faults will strike and injure me. So giving an example, if there is a snake, Geshe said maybe the crowd might be scared of them and they might not, mess up with them, But when he's dead, even the cow, even a crow can mess up them and pretend they are like the eagle. The eagle will not be afraid of the snakes, even when they're alive. The crow will behave like as they are like eagle at that time, because it's a dead snake. If it is alive, it will not. Similarly, here saying, when your mind is not strong, and when you don't have that kind of strong, stable mind, self-confidence, when your mind is weak and fragile, then even small things, even small challenges, even small problems, even small difficulties can make you, you and your mind very negative, low, make you very depressing, easily make you lose hope, easily make you lose hope, easily make your mind and yourself hopeless, very low. But if depressed, I give up trying. And so, yeah, if we become depressed, if we become hopeless, then that is what happens, you give up trying. If you give up trying, you will not accomplish anything. It's all about not giving up, trying. They're saying, you fall 7 times and you get up 7 times. In some probes, I think it's a Japanese probe. And if you also look around histories, who was the one who invented the light bulb? I think didn't he, Thomas? He failed 1,000 times, and after 1,000 times, he was successful. If he had given up after he failed 50 times, 100 times, that light bulb wouldn't have been invented at that time. So that is because even he failed, he never give up. He never felt that it will not happen. He still believed that it could happen. Just that he just need to try again and again. And that is a story of a lot of people who invented and came out a lot of those things, It wasn't like successful from the very beginning. There are some instance, one or two, by accident, they found out something. They discovered something by accident, or after trying a few times, but a lot of time, it's constant failure and not giving up and trying and finally figure out. So that is like that. So if you depress, I give up trying, how can I gain freedom from my abject state? What is abject? What would be the abject meaning of the abject? ABJE, very low. Okay, thank you. Okay. How can I get freedom from, if you become depressed and if you give up trying, then how can you gain freedom from such a low state of mind? You cannot. To get a freedom from such a low mind, you have to be very hopeful and positive and confidence, But if I stand by my ground with a proud resolve, it will be hard for even the great fall to attack me. So that is, if we develop a strong mind, strong mind and strong confidence, not only the small challenges, problem, and difficulty can, hurt you, harm you, but even the biggest challenge, even the biggest difficulties, even the most difficult situations will not be able to knock you down and knock your mind, Because of that, the strong mind, just like the examples, if our mind is very weak, like the dead snake, even a small problem like crow, they can mess up with you, But if you keep your mind very strong, confident soul, like a alive snake, then the crow will not be able to mess you up. Or other animal. Here is crow is giving example. It could be many other animals that will try not to mess you up. Not only animals, probably a lot of human beings will not mess up, especially is a cobra. You will not want to mess it up. But if it's dead, people will mess it up. And so that is why, the need to, and that is what it is. Some people, they have so much challenges, one life after another. And sometimes you wonder how they deal with that. But they deal so well, never knock them down. Of course, they go through some challenges. Of course, they go through some experience, up and down, but never give up. They continue to stand up. No matter how challenged, they never give up. They continue to be hopeful, continue to try and not give up. On the other hand, there's some people, they are very small challenges, very small. From relatively, if you look from one perspective, it's very small. It's not such a big thing, big challenge, but it knocked them down, you know, it knocked them down. It make them so, you know, it make them so easily become so negative, hopeless, you know, give up so easily. So it is not the situation itself, it's your mind, how you deal with the situations. Yeah, it's your mind, state of mind, how you are able to deal with that situation. If you have strong mind, confidence, even the biggest problem, you will be able to deal with that positively, healthy, without losing. If not, then small things can affect you, knock you down. And so therefore, that is why here again saying, you need to develop very strong mind and confidence. Therefore, with steady, fast heart, so that is what I practice, to have that kind of steady, fast, strong mind, you know, that cannot be knocked down so easily by any challenge. I will get better of my weakness, you know. But if my failing get the upper hand, my wish to overcome the triple world is laughable indeed. So here is saying, as a Bodhisattva'S, you know, or when you try to become a Bodhisattva'S, or when you are aspiring to be a Bodhisattva'S, you know, that we make such a commitments to free all sentient beings of the world from all their sufferings, cause of all their sufferings. We make that commitment to lead to the not only temporary ultimate happiness, all the happiness, especially ultimate happiness, all sentient beings. To be able to do that, you need a very strong mind, strong confidence. Do you get it? Without that strong mind, confidence, courage, you will not be able to do that. You know, you will not be able to do that. Just one challenge will knock you down. Forget about countless sentient beings' problems and sufferings. It doesn't require, just one person's action will knock you down and feel like, I'm done. I'm done with helping someone. I'm done with doing compassion anymore. It's much easier to be selfish and just think of myself. Why bother someone's problem? Why bother someone's sufferings? That kind of, because we experience one challenges from one person's certain individual, if our mind is not strong, then we can end up in that situations. From being kind, compassion, to being very selfish and giving up being kind and compassion. But if we have strong mind and strong confidence and strong courage, then one will not be able to, such situation will not be able to, make that happen like that. And so when you train your mind, so that is how you train in 55, I will be victor over all, you know, all the challenges, all the difficulties, you know, all the negative energies, you know, all the delusions, and nothing shall prevail and bring me down, you know, from the very beginning, you know, you try to build up such strong mind, confidence, courage, you know, thinking, you know, I'm not allowing anything to bring me down. I'm not allowing any situation, anyone to knock me down, you know. No one, no situation, no challenges. You know, I'm going to overcome all those challenges, all this difficulty, no matter how big, how strong they are. So through such kind of reminding yourself again and again, trying to develop such state of mind again and again. So we build up that. We build up that kind of strong mind, self-confidence in that way. the offspring of line, the conquerors, should constantly abide in self-confidence. So that is the offspring of the line, lion children. They are still the king of the jungle. Do you get it? Even they are not fully grown up, lion, still they have that, even they are small, a lot of animals try to not mess up them and try to keep distant. They are still like the king of the jungles, Similarly, the conqueror, the Buddhas, the children of the conqueror, the Buddhas, they are the Bodhisattva'S. The Bodhisattva'S are known as the child of the Buddhas. Geshe said, the children of the conqueror Buddha. So such Bodhisattvas, or who are on the path to Bodhisattvas, or who are aspiring to Bodhisattvas, similarly like the lion, the king of jungle who is not afraid of other animals, should constantly abide in self-confidence, not being afraid of all the challenges, difficulties, difficult, challenging circumstances, situation, all of that, instead having that kind of self-confidence. So then next one is identifying the unhealthy pride, the arrogant. And so here he make those whom arrogance destroy are thus defiled. They lack self-confidence. Those who have true confidence escape the fall, while others fall in the power of evil pride. Okay. So here the evil pride, is the afflictive pride, the arrogant, So those who has arrogant, and those who are arrogant, they lack self-confidence and they are deluded and defiled, and such, on other hand, those who are free from such arrogant, and from wisdom, who develops true confidence, true self-confidence, after that one who can escape the faults, the enemy of delusions, while others fall in the power of evil pride. When arrogant inflates, so then it is the shortcoming of the arrogance, the delusional pride. When arrogance inflates the mind, it draws it down to a state of miseries or ruins happiness. Should the human being be gained, thus one is born slave and depending on one's sustenance, or feeble-minded, ugly, without strength, the bird's laughing stock of everyone. Those ascetic poop up the conceit. If those were called the proud, then tell me who are the rest. So basically it is, when you are taken by such arrogant, the delusional pride, then it brings more pain and sufferings. When you have arrogance and pride, you can be easily hurt by someone's small attitude or actions, behavior. You feel very disrespected easily if someone doesn't act in a certain way. If someone doesn't respond, act in a certain way, you feel very hurt, harmed. You feel that person was very disrespectful, unkind. Why? Why you feel hurt? Because of your arrogance. Because of your arrogance. Because of your arrogance, you feel that you should be treated in a certain way. And you feel that you are not treated in that way. And you feel therefore disrespected and so forth, and many other feelings. And then that is how you feel hurt and you suffer. Someone who doesn't have arrogance, they can just let it go. They don't feel that way. They just notice how they behave, how they act, react, respond. And you can just say, oh, that is who they are, that's how they act, without taking too personal and feeling hurt and experience the pain and suffering because of that. So it draws down the state of miseries. And therefore, when you are hurt, when you feel, disrespected, impolite and so forth, then it ruins your happiness. It ruins your happiness in this life. And as a karmic result of such arrogance, then in the futures, even you have a human rebirth, should human birth be gained, even in future, even you have human rebirth, then in a human birth, one is born as slave. You could be born as a slave. You could be even born as human, depending on other substances. You will not be able to, take care of yourself without depending on others' help. And even you don't have that, your mind might be very, very weak, feeble of mind, and you might be, not so attractive and without strength, physical, mental strength. And you will be laughing stock of others for nothing, even sometimes when you don't do any mistake, sometimes people just laugh at you. And again, therefore, with that understanding, the shortcoming or the defect or the fault of such arrogant or delusional pride, with that understanding, those wise or ascetic give up such conceit, such arrogance. They try to eliminate, they try to overcome that. They don't embrace that. They don't embrace that. Instead, they try to, overcome them, try to destroy them. And so therefore, so that kind of arrogant or delusional pride should be something that we need to overcome. Those who have uphold pride to vanquish pride, the enemy. So that is the who uphold the positive of pride, that is the self-confidence, to vanish the negative pride, the delusional pride, that is the enemy. Pride, the enemy, are truly proud, victorious, and brave. So those who are able to overcome those arrogant through their self-confidence are the real brave and victorious ones. They are the true brave, as it mentioned, not those who destroy another being, but who are able to destroy their delusions are the real hero. They are the real brave ones, not those who destroy the external beings, but who are able to destroy the internal enemy, such as the pride, are the true hero, are the true victors, are the true brave. And those who stem the increase of that evil pride, perfect, according to their wish, is the fruit of victories for beings. And so next one is, having self-confidence over the defilements. When I'm beleaguered by the defilements, I will stand and face them in 1,000 ways. I will not surrender to those hosts of afflictions, but like a lion, I will stand amidst the crowd of foxes. So, again, cultivating a strong courage and confidence that, I will not allow myself to be overpowered by the afflictive emotions. I will not allow myself to be overpowered by those afflictive emotions. I will try to stand up, face those afflictive emotions in 1,000 ways, through different practice, through different meditation, through different tools, whatever I have, whatever means, tools, ability I have to encounter those afflictive emotions. I will try to do that. Not give up to those afflictive emotions. I will not give up to those afflictive emotions. At the moment, we easily give up to afflictive emotions. So building up, again, self-confidence to overpower the afflictive emotions, and again, building up, every day, every times, reminding ourselves, I will not let myself to be overpowered by the delusions. I will not give up to the delusions. I will try to face and stand up and try to apply the antidotes in so many different ways to reduce them, to overcome them. I will not surrender to those hosts of affliction, and I will be like a lion, who will stand amidst the crowd of foxes, even though they are, surrounded by the foxes to attack the lion. The lion will stand up and not try to run away, but stand up with them. Thereby, the lion can conquer the foxes from attacking them. If they try to run away, if it give up, then they can attack, and eat it. So so therefore, same thing, we try to develop strong self-confidence to overpower the defilement. However great may be the peril, people will be reflex, guard their eyes. Likewise, whatever dangers come, must not fall beneath the defilement's power. So, whenever we go in some places in the dark or some with the bushes, wherever, we try to protect our eyes from being pricked or hit by the bushes, to protect our no matter what, no matter in what conditions, in what situation, what places, we try to protect our eyes. Similarly here, saying with that example, similarly, whenever there's a danger of afflictive emotions overpowering us, whenever you see any dangers of afflicting emotions taking over you, empowering empowering you or your minds, then again, You try to protect yourself and your mind from being harmed by such afflictive emotion, from the danger of such afflictive emotions, no matter what, just as we will protect our eyes, no matter what, Better for me to be burned to death and better to be killed, my head cut up, but no time I will bow and scrape before that foe of mine that defile emotions. So it's again making such strong commitments, strong aspirations, developing a strong courage, confidence, Someone can cut my head off, someone can kill me, no matter what, but I will not bow myself to those afflicted emotions. That meaning, even someone cut me up, even someone try to kill me, I will not allow anger to arise. Do you get it? I will not bow down to the anger. I will not give myself to the anger. I will not allow the anger to overtake even in such situations. Because this internal enemy of defilement, such as anger, is much worse than this external enemy. The external enemy can destroy my life. It can cut my bodies or take my life, but it cannot destroy my inner peace. It cannot destroy my inner peace. It can hurt and harm my physical. Physically, it can hurt and harm, but it cannot destroy my inner peace. On the other hand, anger will kill my inner peace. Not only the anger will kill my inner peace, it will kill all the virtues for the futures, the virtues to the liberations. It destroys a lot of my positive karma I have created. It destroys and damages my loving kindness, compassion, the bodhicitta mind due to that anger. So it damages, it hurts so many different levels. So therefore, the internal enemy of such as anger defined much more worse than the external enemy. The damage how it can do if you compare between that two. So that is therefore, that is, so again, understanding, reminding, and then, cultivating strong mind, not to allow yourself to be empowered or, influenced by the defilements. Thus, every time and place, I will not wander off from wholesome path. So again, this practice is to encourage, inspire us to not get distracted and not to, from the wholesome path, from the virtuous path. And so, because that is being on the right virtuous path, wholesome path, is the key to your temporary happiness, key to your ultimate happiness, is key to this happiness, this life, is key to happiness in future life. And it is also cause of happiness for others. When you have more wealth, when you have better health, when your mind is more peaceful, when you are more virtuous, you are able to help and benefit more others. So it is not only positive for you, but it creates better condition to be more help and benefit to others, externally, internally. So therefore, that is like those who take great pleasure in their game. Whatever task the Bodhisattvas do, let them devote themselves without reserve, with a joyful that never knows satiety. Satiety, or how do you call it? SATIETY, TY. So like, if you are interested in a game, whatever, soccer, cricket, basketball, baseball, if you are really interested, when you go and play, you will have a great joy, you look forward to that. You look forward to that, and when you get the opportunity to play, you will feel so happy, so happy. So there is joyfulness, happiness in what you do, because you like it, you enjoy it. Same way. So here now is coming to the fourth conducive condition, the joy. One of the conducive conditions we talk about, joyfulness. Having joyfulness in your practice, in your meditations, in your studies of Dharma, your joyfulness in the virtues. So that is where, in that way, in same way, whatever task the Bodhisattva'S, or who are aspiring to be Bodhisattva'S, who are inclined to Bodhisattva'S, let them devote themselves without reserve, with a joyfulness that never knows status, So always trying to do, when you're trying to help others, trying to help with pleasure, joyfulness. When you try to serve someone, try to serve with joyfulness, instead of feeling by responsibility, compulsory, there's no joy in that, or pressure to do that. You get it? If you do with joyfulness, it wouldn't become a burden. It wouldn't become a burden. You enjoy that. And if you enjoy doing something, it doesn't become burden, then you are able to do more. You have less, you get less tired, and you can have more energy to do that. Like when we were young, in the monastery, we have some holidays, during the New Year's and like that, and sometimes you play whole night, whole day, and you seem to manage okay, because you enjoy doing that. You don't feel so tired, But during other times, if you are asked to study one more extra hours in the night, you feel so tired. Your eyes cannot open, all sleepy. And because of, again, sometimes it is depending on what you enjoy doing that, and that when you enjoy doing something, then, even you spend more time, it becomes less tiring. And and then better result. People labor hard to gain contentment, though success is very far from sure. But how can they be happy if they do not do those deeds that are source of joy to them? And so, people here saying, work very hard, studying to get a degree, then very hard. Once you find a job, trying to work very hard to success, with a hope, when you success and we are able to accomplish what you want to accomplish, that will give you happiness, contentment, sense of satisfactions. But that's never sure. That's never sure. You can have the best education, best degree, you can get the best job, best paid job, you can earn millions and billions, And you can own many houses at some of the most beautiful places. It is no guarantee that it will give you happiness, satisfaction, contentment. And we see in news every day, billionaire, millionaire being so unhappy, depressed, taking help of the substance, overdosing themselves. Why? Because they were not happy, and they rely on certain medications, certain substance to overcome that unhappiness, that suffering, that pain. So it's clear, even with our experience, little bit of experience, we can also know that. So it's not sure that, where was that? And so that is but how can they be happy if they do not do those deeds that are a source of joy to them? And the real source of joy, the real cause of joy, real source of happiness is on their own mind. Your own mind. And you should work with your mind. If you don't work with your mind, just from external objects, it's not going to give you true happiness. True happiness only comes from within yourself, within your mind. And people doesn't work on that. They don't try to work on their mind, which is the real source of real joy, real happiness. And so here he is saying, people are confused, lost. The real source of happiness, joy, is within yourself, within your mind. And you don't pay much attention to that, he's saying. You don't pay much attention to that. On other side, you pay so much attention to external objects and things that might or might not bring you satisfaction and happiness. Whereas when you work with your mind, and if you can really work with your mind, you can definitely achieve true joy and happiness, regardless of your external conditions. It's possible. So that is where he's saying. And since they never have enough of pleasure, so it is talking about the shortcoming of the attachments. Since they never have enough of pleasure, honey on the razor edge, how could they have enough of merit, fruit, which are happiness and peace? I don't know. Okay. He is talking about the shortcoming of the attachments. Okay. And giving with example, in the razor edge, you apply the honey. If you lick it, the honey is sweet at the very beginning, but it will cut your tongue if you lick it. That is what craving, attachment does. Similarly, like that. At the very beginning, it gives you some joy, some pleasure, but at the end, it leads you to a lot of disappointment, a lot of pain, a lot of sufferings. I think many of you have been in relationships. Probably you know some, at the very beginning when you are first for the dating and all of that, there might be some excitement, joyfulness, but later you started to get argument, fight and that, and then being disappointed with each others, and feeling that you deceive me, or other feeling you deceive me, all of that, then all other pain, suffering, pain comes through that. It's not just because of the relationship, but it's because of the relations built on that kind of attachments. When you relation built on such kind of attachment, then there is unrealistic expectations and conditions. And when those expectations, conditions are not met, then you feel disappointed, unhappy. Of course, if you build relationship not based on attachment, but with pure love and compassion, that will be a different experience. Because you don't have all these unrealistic expectation, condition there. So you wouldn't be so disappointed and unhappy when those are not met. So it's not the relationship itself, but it is what kind of, how you build relationship, by what mind. So just like that, so here it is saying, even something that can harm and hurt you in the long term, still we continue to trying to experience that pleasure, not being enough and just wanting more and more of that. So if that is the case, then here he's saying, the practice of the virtues, the positive karma, merit, are the real source of happiness. And therefore, you shouldn't be so content with just creating some merit, engaging some positive action, karma. You should continue to create more and more, you should continue to create more merit, more virtuous actions, more positive karma, because they are the true source of joy and happiness. So that is what, and peace, and because they are the. And then another example, like before, the elephant tormented by the noonday sun will dive into water of lake. Likewise, I must plunge into my work that I might bring it to the completions. So again, when we engage in the practice meditation and so forth, then here again you should engage and also helping and benefiting other sentient beings with a joy, happiness, just like the elephant in a very, very hot noontime. When they see lakes, they just dive into that with such a joy and happiness, because it's such a relief. They will be so happy and just playing inside, joyfully. So when they enter the lake in such conditions, they go with a lot of joy, a lot of joyfulness. Same way here, as a Bodhisattva'S, when you engage into the practice of helping, benefiting others, or any practice, you should engage with a lot of joy, a lot of joyfulness, instead of feeling it like a burden. Whether it becomes burden or not, it depends on our state of mind. It's not the actual, the work itself. The actual work, is more neutral. It can be a burden, it can be joyful, depending on your state of mind. And then next one is, yesterday we talked 4. So we talk about the aspiration, we talk about the steady mind, we talk about the self-confidence, and or the joy, joy. And then next one is relinquish, that I was saying, resting or finding the balance, as we talked. If impaired by weakness or fatigue, I will lay the work aside, the better to resume. So here is mentioning, when you engage in any practice, whether it is meditations on cushions, or whether it is any form of practice, or whether you are trying to help and benefit others, whatever form of practice, whatever form of virtues you are trying to engage in, when you feel physically or mentally weak, tired, weak, then he said, no, it's better to rest. Don't push yourself. Do you get it? Understand your body. Understand your mind. And through that understanding and awareness, when your body needs rest, you have to give rest. Don't push it. When your mind needs some rest, let it rest. Don't push it. That is much more healthy, long-term. Much more healthy, long-term. And once you have been rested, whether it's physical tiredness, weakness, fatigue, or whether it's mental, then the better to resume. Then again, you restart with more energy, being more fresh. And I will leave the task when it is complete, or vivid for work that next to come, and then you complete whatever practice of virtues you engage, and then because you have been well rested, have well refreshed, then you will look vivid for the next task, next practice, next meditations, or next, because you go with a good experience. Your experience, your memory is a good experience, you are well rested. On the other hand, when you push yourself and then you break down, you break down, sometimes physically, sometimes emotionally, sometimes both. When you break down, then when you want to start the next task, next practice, next meditation, next activities, your memory is the previous memory, and that is not a good one. So you don't look forward to what you are trying to do, the next task, next visit. Your previous memory of your previous meditation was not a good one. You are exhausted. Do you get it? So now when you see the cushion, you want to run away from there. It's not expiring. It's not inspiring. Instead, you want to run away from there because you have that bad memory that you just had recently. Because you're too burnt out, you're too exhausted. Same with when you're trying to help and benefit someone, individual or organizations. It's better to kind of back up before it becomes so bad, when you know it's going in the bad direction. Do you get it? Because if you continue that, and then it really turns out bad, then you don't want to, next time, if someone asks individual or organization to help, you will say no. You are not inspired to do that. I say, I'm not going to do because of your past memory, because of bad memory from the past. And so therefore, it's okay to take a break and rest it when it needed. Just because you are on the path to Bodhisattva'S path, because we have to be compassionate, kind, doesn't mean that you should be giving all the time. Do you get it? Especially when your body and emotion are too tired and doesn't have the energy to give or energy to do the practice, whatever. It's okay to take it easy. Okay? Take it easy. And it is all about understanding our body and mind. Our body and mind is kind of, interesting, sometimes it can deceive us. Sometimes the laziness deceives us, feel like my body needs a break. Do you get my mind needs a break? It is just an excuse. Not necessarily really because your body needs it, your mind needs it, but your laziness trick you. Do you get it? Your laziness trick you to say, oh, I'm not feeling so well, feeling tired, or whatever. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes it's really your body really needs break. Sometimes it's not a trick by your laziness, but sometimes your body really needs a break and rest it, relax it. Sometimes your mind really needs a break. Your mind need a rest. And so that is where we have to be more mindful more aware of understanding our own body and mind, and then to be able to distinguish those two things. And when we are being lazy, we push a little bit. And it's not lazy, but we are really being tired and exhausted, and that, then we really need to take a break, rest it. So it is about, as I mentioned, it's about balancing when to push and when to back off and rest. That is the key. That is the key. Just like driving, you know. So, and that is important, even in meditation, when you are doing 2-3 meditations a day, many sessions, or every day. Sometimes what happens when we experience nice experience in practice meditation, sometimes it's so nice. I want to continue. And you continue, and then until it becomes not so nice. Do you get it? And next session is not so inspiring because of your previous, but if you stop while you are still enjoying it. Next meditation, you have the memory of nice session of past, and you are more looking forward, inspired to do that. So these are the kind of some of the advice, instruction that if we can keep, then it can be helpful for more continuity of the practice, that you to be able to continue practice with a joyfulness, and looking forward, and with the excitement, you know. And then giving with example, a seasoned fighter face the sword of enemy around the battle line. I will lightly dodge the weapon of defilement and strike my enemy about quick. You know, so like in experienced fighter in the old-time war, you know, there are two things they do. You know, one is they protect themselves, and then one is the strike back. You know, the ability to protect yourself and strike back. Both those, they need both. Even if you have the ability to strike back, if you don't have a way to protect yourself, you can be struck. In same way, when we are dealing with the afflictive emotions, you know, then the ability to protect yourself from being attacked by or injured by those delusion, at the same time, with a different practice, method, antidote to be able to strike them back too, you know. So through the practice of carefulness, mindfulness, vigilant, we try to protect. Okay? Do you get it? Through mindfulness, careful, vigilant, being aware before it attacks you, before the delusion arises, before the delusion get out of control, before it becomes too intense, strong. So you with that, you protect. And then whatever level of delusion there is, then by applying whatever different meditation antidote you have, you try to strike it back and destroy it without much delay, quickly. If in the fray the soldier drop his sword, in fright, he swiftly take it up again. And so likewise, if the arm of mindfulness is lost in the fear of hell, I will quickly get it back. So just as I mentioned, you know, in a battlefield, if they drop their weapons, they will try to pick it quickly as soon as possible to protect themselves. You know, same way, if we lose the mindfulness, being vigilant and mindful and careful. So again, immediately we try to bring back our mindfulness, our vigilant mind immediately, so that the delusion cannot strike us, overpower us. Just as the poison, and different examples, just as the poison fill the body, burn on the current of the blood, likewise evil, when it finds its stand, will spread, permeate the mind. So again, it is saying without any delay, try to apply the antidote immediately when the delusion arises. Do you get it? If you allow the delusion to give a longer time for delusion to be there, then it will start to kill you, just like the poisonous. the more time you give to the poison, the more danger is for your life, because it started to spread. The quicker action you take to stop that poison from spreading around, the more you protect yourself from the dangers. And same way, the more you allow the delusion to be in your mind for a long time, the more it creates more harm, damage you more. The sooner you are able to apply the antidote and sooner you are able to let it go, the better it is, the better you can protect yourself and your mind. I will be like frightened man, a brimming oil jar in his hand and menaced by the swordman, saying, spill one drop and you shall die. This is how practitioners should hold themselves. So if someone on top of you with an oil jar and asks you to walk, if you drop any of the, if you drop that, you are going to be cut. We'll be so careful, so mindful, so diligent, so vigilant, not wanting to drop because otherwise you will be cut down. Same way here he's saying, every moment of our life, every time, we should try to be that kind of vigilant, mindful awareness. Because when we lost that, then the delusion will manifest, arises, and then it completely take over and disturb and destroy us. Just a man will swiftly stand, if in his lap serpent were to glide. If sleep and lethargy best beside me, I will speedily repulse them. And so again, different examples. If there's a poisonous snake that come in the lab, you will say, oh, I will take care of it later. You immediately try to stand up and however way to get free from that. In same way, not allowing the laziness, through laziness to take over, and how if you give time to that laziness, how it will be distractive, and with that understanding, trying to emit. So the point here is when the delusion arises, try to apply antidote immediately. That is the whole thing. Be mindful, vigilant all the time. And even being that sometimes the delusion can arise due to cause and condition. Immediately when the delusion arises, to mindfulness, be aware, vigilant, be aware, and immediately try to apply whatever method, technique, meditation you have to overcome it. So without any delay, that is where quick. And the quicker you are able to deal, the better it is. Every time then and I fell, I will reprove and cheat myself, thinking long that whatever means such fall in future will no more occur. At all time in any situation, how can I make mindfulness my constant habit? Thinking thus, I will desire to meet the teachers and fulfill the proper tasks. Teacher who will show us how to practice and so forth. By all means, then before I start some work, that I might have strength significant to the task, I will recall the teaching on carefulness and lightly rest to what is to be done. Just as a flaxen thread of web to and from, impelled by every breath of wind, so all I do will be achieved, controlled by movement of a joyful heart. So I think that is all at the end is about, after having gathered those 4 supportive conditions and factors, and then through the support of that, then we try to be very vigilant and mindful throughout every day in our life, while we are sleeping as much as possible, while you are eating, walking, sitting, talking, whatever we do, try and be more aware, vigilant and mindful of, especially, of course, our speech, our actions, and especially our mind, our thoughts. And then with that, then, whenever we recognize any delusions, try to apply the antidote immediately and try to overcome it immediately. without any delay. And with that, then you try to engage in a practice, and then, through that support of the mindfulness vigilant, then your practice of joyful effort will improve and get better and better, in your virtues. And through the improvement of your joyfulness in the virtues, then you'll be able to develop the meditation concentration shamatha more easily, which is the next paramita. Okay, so I think that is all. I can take one or two questions if there is. If there is, okay. Okay, yeah.
We may have to close the session
Okay.
soon, but I'll just ask two questions from Liliana. So 2 questions, I will read them both. Right. When you meet arrogant and ignorant people, what is the best way to handle them? Silence? Is it silence? That's the first question. The second question is, how can we help young people gain wisdom, or do they need to learn from their own experiences? That's the second question.
Yeah, I mean, when you meet people who, let's say, arrogant, yeah, not responding, reacting might be best sometimes. The noble silence might be the best. In some cases, maybe, if we skillfully, of course, then you have to find a skillful means to be able to present for help them to see how that kind of arrogance doesn't help them and doesn't help others, and how that can hurt others and themselves. And maybe they might be able to understand that, and maybe they might try to work with that. Maybe they might not. It all depends on how skillfully we are able to present that without offending them. That is the thing, How can we be able to present it skillful means where they don't get offended, but somehow able to show them that kind of mind and that kind of behavior doesn't help themselves or doesn't help others. And if they understand, and if they, then maybe they might want to change it. They might want to, and in that way, that could help them. That could help other people who are receiving the effect of that. And then in second, the wisdom part, again, like not only children, young, adults, just like ourselves, we all have to improve our wisdom. There's no end to improving wisdom until we achieve fully enlightened. Even someone like Dalai Lama, who is the leader of the Buddhist, especially Tibetan Buddhists, even at the age of 88, he continued to study. He continued to study even at that age, and every day. And that is what, the wisdom comes through study, study, learning, so inspiring them to learn, inspiring them to, expose them to more knowledge, and so that they can, and then, sometimes they have to learn from their side, So certain things we can learn from books, we can learn from teachers, others. Certain things we have to learn ourselves with our experience. Certain things hard to learn. Even someone try to teach you, or even someone you try to study from that, sometimes we learn with our experience. And so again, it depends. And It depends. And of course, everyone can learn from themselves as well as from others. Okay. Okay. We do the dedication. So we can do the dedications due to all the virtues that we have created in during this weekend. You know, may all sentient beings who are experiencing a lot of pain, sufferings all over the world, especially those who are in the places where there is a lot of violence, war, and so forth. May all the pain, sufferings, external, internal, negative energy, negative feelings, be healed. And everyone find more peace with themselves, with others, better understanding with themselves, with others. Then may there be more peace, harmony, and happiness in the world. May all sentient beings who are having a different obstacle in their life, physical, emotional, whatever obstacle, may all the obstacle and cause of obstacle be pacified, and may they all find solution, perfect solution, their problem, and all their wishes be fulfilled according to Dharma. May all sentient beings who are having a illness, physical, emotional, mental illness, may they all receive the right treatments, medications, may they recover fully and have healthy, long life. May all sentient beings who have passed away, wherever they are, may they find the perfect human rebirth, meet the Dharma, actualize Dharma in their heart, and achieve enlightenment. And may we always be, may all the His Honorable Dalai Lama and all the gurus, enlightened beings have long life. And may we be under their guidance and care in all our lifetime until we achieve enlightenment ourselves. And may each and every sentient being be able to actualize and develop true love, compassion, bodhicitta, mind, and wisdom within their mind stream, those who have already actualized, not to diminish, but increase more and more. And may we be able to achieve fully enlightenment and liberate all sentient beings from the suffering and lead them to fully enlightenment. Yawadi nyudu da lama sanke du gyone dowa jikyama leba de sala koba chanchu semcho rinpo che magye bana ke kyo che kyawa nyamba meba kongle kondu pewa kante rawe kore shingam de pendang dewa male chere sewa tinze gyaso shabe side patu tenkyo. Thank you very much, everyone, in person and those who are on the online. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.